Hello, 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 and welcome to the Atelier Nekazuki live stream. I just had a minor crisis because I put in the T-minus 4 days, and then I counted on my fingers, and I'm like, oh, it is 4 days until I need to be done. Granted, I can do stuff on Friday, but there's other stuff to do on Friday, so I'm just like, oh no. Alright, camera, focus in on not blurring, please. Might be time to like shimmy the tripod back here again, but I'll do that in a little bit. There are clips. I also had a momentary crisis when I came downstairs, and I'm like, I have to pick some stuff up and like shuffle some things around and open up the like just the amount of light that's coming down into the studio, and so I took like 2 minutes to shuffle some stuff around. I don't actually know if it helped or not. Oh, we are out of bobbin thread apparently. What? We shouldn't be out of bobbin thread. The other one's still winding, so hopefully not. Nope, just being a jerk. Alright then. No, it goes this way. Thank you. Alright, so we are currently 20 bags from the end of this first, kind of whatever this first step is. I don't even know what to call it, really. But it'll be done. And then we will move on to, what are we going to do next? Because, like, we've got a bunch that need to have dark stitching done on the drawstrings, and we have a bunch that just can, like, go through to the next step. So I'm like, because I think these blue pockets do actually need to be, now that I'm looking at them in the light of day instead of like at midnight, I think these blue pockets do need to be top stitched with black. And so they'll need to be stitched into the bag and like subdivided with black as well. So I'm like, All right. Oh, okay, we have 22. Sorry. Yeah, whatever, close enough. I got summoned last night before we finished off those last two. I thought we'd gotten through the 6 that were on top. Whatever. We're here now. We're doing it. We're going to have some coffee because, it's 11 a.m. Actually, oh my goodness, there's another cup back there, and so they're duking it out for space. I am going to put on some lotion as well, and we're going to debate about this. So, what is the next step? The next step, we've got a bunch to do we need to turn all these pockets that are already done, and we need to also sew I think the next step we were going to do was like the drawstring thing. So maybe we should swap out to black. No. So the issue that I have is that I cannot sew the talking about this like it's like a big deal, but honestly I can sew the pockets. The big thing is matching the pockets up to the interior, and the pockets will be matched up to the interior because we won't be working on the drawstrings yet. Yeah, okay, I think we're good. So what we're going to do, first off, we're going to finish off this pile of whatever this step is with the sewing of the pockets and whatever can use the white stitching. And then I'll go in and we'll do whatever else we're doing. Cool story, right? Oh my goodness. Can you tell them we're getting close to a show because I can't keep track of what I'm actually doing anymore? Not even I can keep track. Anyway, so the blue pockets I think need to be stitched with black. Here's what's happening. I like to swap out my white thread, or I like to swap out my threads like the least amount of times possible. I find a pain in the butt. Whenever I swap to the black thread, it invariably messes up, at least for the first little bit. I don't know what it is. I think the black thread is like a little bit thicker, although I think with this white thread being thicker and I adjusted the tension a little bit, we might be okay. I don't know. Blah, blah, blah. So I'm just trying to decide what the next step we're going to do is. I'm thinking we can go in and we can white top stitch all of the pockets that need to be white top stitched. Or, yeah, white top stitched. And then we can still, because what is it? I was going to white top stitch and I was going to baste all of the drawstrings together. Which realistically, I can keep track of where the pockets are going to match up with the linings. So I think we can do that next. And then we'll go in and we'll stitch the exteriors to the interior, like the exteriors together, the canvas and the exterior on the ones that haven't been done yet. And then I don't know. I'm just trying to keep everything together so that like there's less. The mental gymnastics are better now, just thinking about how to do this, than it is like getting to assembling and be like, how do these ones go together? That's at least that's what I'm thinking it's going to be. And if you've heard this before, I've been talking about it for a few days and you're tired of it, just let me know. I'm tired of talking about it. But, I need to maybe what I need to do is I need to write down a process sheet, because I had a brainwave of how to do it in the actual cutting studio. But of course it's that was 3 days ago. And so there's a lot that's happened in the last 3 days. Even though nothing has happened in the last 3 days, really. So. Oh well, we'll get there. 21 left. I'm excited for that at least. Okay. I don't think it's a big deal about the pockets until we get to actually putting them into the lining. And since the lining is getting attached to the exterior, so we know what color I planned for it. Although it is it's pretty obvious in a lot of cases with the white, because we did have a limited amount of white. There's some that don't match up to what I would normally do for a lining. Did that bobbin thread just snap? No, we're good. Okay, sweet. So one drawback to chain piecing sometimes is that you'll stitch over and it won't get onto the other fabric fast enough, and then it can mess with your bobbin. However, the amount of time that chain piecing saves versus and thread versus constantly cutting it is insane. Also, I saw a really cool gadget today. I was watching, so I did go to the gym and I went for my run. I was halfway to running outside, but I walked down to the gym and it was cold AF. It was a little bit better leaving the gym, but by that point I had decided to go for my run inside. I decided actually going down that I was going to run at the gym because it was too cold outside. But there's this dude there, and he doesn't give an overall creepy vibe, but he I was there a few weeks ago, right at the beginning when I started going back, so maybe a month ago, something like that, 5 weeks, whenever I just started back. And it was he just walks around the gym with barbell weights, or the first time I saw him doing it was kettlebells, and it's okay, whatever. But he walks in between the cardio machines because that's the only straight path. Fine, whatever. Not a big deal because, yeah, that's the only place to do it. I do not understand the point of the exercise, but go off, do your thing. What creeped me out is I was on the treadmill, the closest to the wall. All the other treadmills were empty. And he decides to he was doing loops. And the first loop, he went in between me and the other empty treadmill when there was 5 other empty treadmills. I'm like, do you need the extra 6 feet of walking space that you have to walk between me and this other treadmill? I don't know. It sent up all my creep senses. It was probably completely innocent, but the fact that it threw up my instincts of this is odd, I was just like, nah. So I didn't want to experiment today to find out if that was a regular occurrence or just a one-off, so I came home and ran instead. I'm doing heart rate training right now, so I stayed mostly in the zone 2 and low zone 3. The average was right bang in the middle of the zone 2, so I was very happy with that. Zone 2 is basically that very light aerobic still can talk, blah blah blah, boring as F. Oh my god. Because it's well, it's okay, it's kind of nice because it's so easy, it doesn't even feel like a workout, which is, yes, I like that sort of thing. I can watch my YouTube. I don't need my playlist to keep me motivated on the treadmill. So it's less of a treadmill. Not completely. It is also a little bit easier to do this pacing on the treadmill because I can pay attention to my watch a little bit easier. But it's so effing slow right now because I was never a fast runner to begin with, and then of course kids and postpartum and lack of exercise due to everything shutting down and just mostly kids, really. And honestly, I started last year, but I only really started feeling like myself in about May last year. 2 years, so that makes sense. 2 years postpartum, and I can definitely feel a shift again even this year. I think I was reading somewhere that's it can take anywhere from 2 to 7 years to it wasn't, the argument wasn't that you would feel like your old self again, but to recover from the hormones and stuff like that. I'm that tracks because after a year I didn't feel like myself, but after 2 years I finally started to be okay, I think I got this. Anyway, my training last year was just kind of get my endurance up. It wasn't any zone training. Well, it was zone 3 training instead of zone 2 training. And that is still what I'm going to do for runs on my long days, because otherwise I will be out for far too long. Although I always am anyway, so. Yeah, no, basically I'm on the treadmill for this zone 2 training, and I'm alternating between 4 miles an hour, which is about 6K, and or 6.5, and 3.2 miles an hour, which is just over 5K an hour. It's just it's so beneficial, and it's so slow. Just and I have that's it. That's where it has to be right now, and I'm just oh god. But hopefully, the heartening thing is the training, even though it wasn't in this zone 2 training last year, all training is pretty much good training, as long as you're hitting all your heart rate zones. Don't run all out sprint pace all the time. That's not good for you. Or, yeah. But the cool thing is that I'm seeing my numbers actually go down versus this time last year. So this pace with the 4 and 3.2, even for what I'm doing, I'm not following any specific interval pattern or anything like that, but it's got me at a pace that last year I was struggling to hit. So the average pace for that today over 30 minutes was 15:47. And like I said, no specific intervals or anything like that, just watching the heart rate on the watch, which I know is not super accurate, but like better than nothing sort of situation. And so yeah, the average pace for that was like 15:47 per mile. And last year, like, to not have a struggle, I probably would have been around the 16 and a half mark. So that's super cool to see. And actually, I saw an improvement in my long run last week when I was out doing the 11 miles, or 10 days ago or whatever. So training last year obviously wasn't perfect, but you know what? It obviously did something. And plus it also built my endurance, which was a big thing too, because that's, I think the thing about the marathon is that it's like, it's, well, all running, it's a mental game. All exercise is a mental game. Because even at spin sometimes it's like, okay, I am not checked in today. I did, so the study every year does a May movement challenge. It's 30 classes in May. I have not participated since 2019, again, for obvious reasons. Children, shutdown, stuff, all that noise. So I went in and did all my booking yesterday, and I'm super excited to participate in it for May. My friend's like, can I join sometimes? I'm like, yeah, so I sent her the all the classes I'm taking in May, and I'm like, this is abnormal. Jump on whatever you want. Basically, I will not be doing this again until next May. So they've got a new movement and mobility class, which I think, which I'm excited about, because I think that is something that will be really good. I've basically am booked to the Gunnels with spin and yoga. Those are my two favorites. I should eventually go try their Pilates class, but I kind of take May also as like, that is the last month where we really do classes and indoor activities with them. I might keep up some yoga over the summer, but it's nice enough out that when Dallas is home, we'll be out biking outside and stuff, because that is way better for all four of us. Unless the weather looks like it's going to be absolutely horrendous, and then maybe we'll book some spin classes or something. And horrendous means like thunderstorm in the morning, sort of horrendous, or rain or hail or something. And really all I can hope for is that we get a bunch of rain here soon. A, we need it. B, we need it. Well, we need it for the dry, and we also need it to like wash everything off, because everything's got the winter dust right now. But I do feel like the wind today has done that shift from like, so I always count, obviously I'm in Canada, so you have like fall, spring, and you have like all the returns to winter and everything. I think we might be out of the winter returns, but then you get bitter spring, so the wind's cold, and it's just like, it looks like it should be gorgeous, and the temperatures say it should be gorgeous, like 10, 11 degrees, and then you go outside and it's just cold and miserable. I think that is one of the hardest ones to deal with. It looks absolutely spectacular out right now, but it's also windy. Actually, it's died down since I was out this morning. But it feels like this morning that shift is occurring, of like moving from bitter spring to actual like nice spring. Which also means that I pulled out our sunflower and cosmos seeds yesterday. Read the instructions. So the sunflower seeds, for most of them, say to actually direct sow in the garden after the last frost. So that's what I'm gonna do. I've basically got them stacked in heights, because I've got like 4 different heights of sunflowers, or 3 different heights, 4 different varieties. We'll see what happens, what takes. And then the cosmos, they do recommend to start it 4 to 6 weeks before the last frost. So we're coming up on that date actually about now. I think in Calgary, you can basically, like Calgary, Cochrane area, you can plant outside anytime after, I think actually the safe date is June 1st or something like that. So Yeah, we're past that point. I didn't feel like doing it like yesterday though. We'll do that. Maybe we'll do that while Dallas is home, so I've got a second set of adult hands to just like help with the kids. And I am out of the PMS funk for now, at least, so that's always a benefit as well. That is one thing. So the cramps that I used to have are way better than they used to be after pregnancy. But my goodness, the PMS is, I guess it's just different. A lot of rage. My like tolerance limit is far lower. And then and resentment too, which is super wild. And then my period starts and it's like, oh, okay. Just like a complete flip of the switch. It is wild. Wisteria fish. No, hydrangea. What? Got wisteria on the brain because they're blooming in Japan right now. Apparently the peonies are also out in Wakayama right now, and I'm like, oh my god. Actually, I think that. So I keep telling Dallas that we should go do something new this trip. And we've been to Wakayama before, but I have a friend down there that I met when I was there for university. And they've got a little one. And they've got the Tamadensha, which is the cat train, which I think the kids would absolutely adore. And so I'm thinking that we should go do Kobe and Wakayama when we go for a little bit longer trip. It's a little bit off the beaten path. Like Wakayama is a little bit off the beaten path as well, so it's a little bit like, from what I remember last time we were there, there's less tourists and stuff like that, which is also sometimes nice. I don't mind. I personally don't mind being in the tourist areas. I absolutely adore Kyoto to the point where I'm just like, okay, I'll deal with it. However, I do know that the Japanese people are recognizing that it is getting, or like, they're tired. And I could see it because even when I was there last year, it was so busy. I can't imagine what, like, this would have only been the second Sakura season where the country had been open to tourists again. So I cannot imagine what it was like this year. Also because it was like, I think last year was kind of like a little bit, people may have known logically that it was open, but they didn't know that it was like open, I guess is what I'm getting at. So, yeah, but it's also like I'm typically not, there's some places that we just don't go anymore, and I'm typically not in like as much of the high tourist areas for like the fabric shopping and stuff like that. So hi cat, what's up? No, come on. Chain piece, chain piece, chain piece. Thank you. Did that do it? Ugh. It didn't, but it did it, but it didn't like it. Okay, that needs to be trimmed up and redone. I saw a really cool gadget while I was watching a scrap processing video today. And basically what it is instead of like having to go through with scissors and trim every single little chain piece, it's like takes your old rotary blades. It's called a blade saver. And you just like Clover has something similar for yarn actually. But this is like a little one, like a thread cutter put into a stand, and then you put old rotary blades in there, and you can keep using your rotary blades, which is also extremely clever. And since I do so much chain piece, I'm like, not something I need, but like It would be nice eventually. Not something I have to go out and buy like today. Come on, seam ripper. Let's go. I can feel that stiletto poking at my wrist, which means I need to not have it out while I'm using it. Using the seam ripper. There we go. There we go. All right. Perfect. So turn that in again, and then we'll get everything set up here and hopefully redone. And then when between... Hi. What's up? You're so chatty right now. Yeah, I know the windows are... Do you want me to open up another window for you so you can sit on the table? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gonna come say hi to the stream? Come on, bud. Up here. Oh, big fluff nugget. Come here. This is Flynn. Quality Control Inspector Flynn. He's a Norwegian forest cat. I don't know if he has the brain cell right now or not. Don't walk towards this. Don't walk towards the laptop. I have had enough issues with turning it off myself. No. All right. Never mind. Down you go. You are adorable, but get out of here. He was gonna go like on the pile of Jane P stuff, and I'm like, no, don't. We are so close to the end without having knocked this over. Probably jinxed myself now saying it, but you know. All right. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Does the pattern call for me to like press those? 100%. Am I going to? We know I'm not. I've been watching for a while. You know I'm not. Why would I? Would it make my life easier? No, actually, because I would just burn myself with the iron constantly. So, and yes, I know there's little like finger protectors for ironing, but meh. Meh. Okay, almost there. I'm like looking at my ironing board. I'm wondering if I actually need it set up still or not, or if that's something else I could tidy up and get out of the way and like create a better sight line in the room as well. All right, last one for this set of linings. So this needs to come out, and this needs to come here, and this needs to come here, and the lining does too. Ding. All right, and then that means we're down to 14, including this one that we're working on right now. No, 15. Okay. So we're creeping up on the end here, which is awesome. I think I said I had about an hour and a half to 2 hours worth of work left last night, given like how long it took to do the stuff that I had just done, all that jazz. So I know this is like totally me just being like, I want to procrastinate, even though I have a show coming up, and not so, and instead tidy up the studio. And always that feeling comes like at the worst times. It's always during show prep when it's like, okay, this is bothering me. And it's like, but it didn't bother me like 2 days ago. So it's just wanting to be productively procrastination. However, the first Wednesday after Dawson, I will 100% be down here cleaning up because it is starting to bother me. Not starting, it is bothering me now. So that's a good indication it's time. Coffee. I'm a third of the way down my cup, so I should just finish it. Okay, now this one is a little bit of a special case because it is the roosters. They are essentially done except for, oh no, it's not essentially done. What am I saying? That needs to be top stitched. These guys are all like, I actually need to pick out the, I guess I'll do this while I'm thinking about it, but I need to pick out the old, ooh, that is not adhered at all. Katie. Okay, I know it's like halfway done, but no, that is going to go back into the sewing room and I will back into the work in progress bin with you. All right, well, that pares down one that I don't have to deal with now. Aha! Okay, I was lazy there and didn't put the canvas with any of these bags, so we will remedy that here. The first one is actually the potato cats, which is like in the middle. Okay, now that will need that, and it'll need the canvas, and it'll need its lining, and then we're into the paw print fabric. Ooh, no, we don't need that, we just need the webbing. Alright, so we're into the animal prints now, which means that we're nearly there. I say that like we aren't like really far ahead of where I anticipated us being by today. I figured that we'd just be starting this process right now, but that means I did. Flynn! Psst, psst. Hey! Flynn! He's like scratching at the stock drawers. So apparently he doesn't have the brain cell right now. He's the orange floof. Yes, it is good for workflow. And hi, what time is it in Australia right now? I guess it's okay by my watch. It's probably about 2 or 3:30 in the morning. Because I have Japan time on my watch. So good early morning. It is technically morning here as well. It's like 11:30 in the morning here. Yes, it is good for workflow. And so here's the thing that I always use as the judge is like, I don't mind working in some chaos, but when I start getting bothered by it, that means it's time to tidy. So, however, we have to wrap up on this show prep first, and then I can tidy up. So next week. That's fine. That's soon enough. I also got to get my taxes done. Yay, taxes. So you're on the other side of the flip then, because it's going to become winter here, right? So we're like just slowly emerging from winter. Although really I can't complain too much because the beginning was quite mild of all times. Yeah, okay. So good early morning then. It's Monday morning here, so our start today was just late. Everything, we were running behind. The kids were like, ate their breakfast so slow. And I just missed the freeze date for my bread and my bagels, and everything was moldy, unfortunately. I smelled them before I put them in the freezer, but it was like, then when I pulled them out today, I de-thawed. Oh my god, that's what popped in my head. I thawed or defrosted the bagel in the microwave, and then I smelled the mold, and I'm like, no! I was so disappointed. The kids weren't. They ended up with pizza pops for breakfast. They were quite pleased, but I was not. I need to figure out a way to well, no, I just need to put the bread in the freezer when I get it home. The bread's really, 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 really good. And it's really nice because it doesn't have a lot of preservatives in it. That's why it molds really fast after you buy it. But it also molds really fast after you buy it, and we don't eat as much bread when my husband isn't home. Okay, sweet. That still has to feel really cold though. Although I do remember my winter in Japan being like, there was this one day that it snowed, and it was like so nice to have a mild winter. Calgary is, yeah. The annoying part is that I told my husband we should start going away in the winter for us. And so this year was the first year where we were like, okay, we're going to switch our vacation days and start going away in January or February. Because, that'll be a nice break from winter. It's about halfway. And then it was such a mild winter. And then Florida was so cold that it was just wasn't fun. And then on top of it, we also came home to minus 35 plus the wind chill. So it was like a 50-degree change in 5.5 hours. It was, ugh. At least if we'd left that and come back to it, it would have been fine too. But leaving a mild a mild winter, and then having a meh winter temperatures down in Florida, and then coming back to that was just gross. Cat problems. If you haven't heard me refer to those, that's the I've kind of done it to myself. It's a reference to a Jory John picture book. It's super adorable. Don't read Penguin Problems. Penguin Problems gave me an existential crisis, and it was really sad. But cat problems is funny because it's and why I call them cat problems now is I don't like calling them first world problems, because that's not really, I don't like it. But cat problems are he goes to eat and there's dry food in his dish. And he's like, dry food, I want wet food, not dry food, wet food. So typically when I complain about this sort of stuff, that's the vibe. This is a very nasally toned cat in my head. At least that's how I read it to the kids. Super adorable. And I would suggest it even if you're an adult without small children around, because it's just funny. There's a monologuing squirrel, which is always fun. Yes, that was the best part about Japan is, and the temperatures there, is I didn't have to like put on 16 bajillion layers. I biked all winter, which was amazing for my like physical health. Because that's the other thing is I am 100% a fair weather person for being outside. I do not like the cold, and I do not get along, and that's fine, but it is annoying. And now that we have toddlers, it's even worse because they'll go out and it'll be like 2 minutes and they're like, I want to come back in after you've put like taken 45 minutes to get 6 layers on them. Although them going out with because I'm also, again, that fair weather person, I am not doing well putting on 6 layers and going out for like 5 minutes. I know. Hey, there we go. Perfect. I'm actually sewing Shiba Inu fabric right now. That's what I'm working on right here. It's really cool and it's kind of like a retro vibe. I would put it probably Showa era kind of like signs and trucks and all of that. And then there's Shibas in between all of it. So, and I was about to say the next fabric is Shibas too, but it's actually corgi butts. So. Anyway, yeah, so if you hear me mutter cat problems, that is what the reference is to. Because I do complain and bitch and moan a lot on this, but, you know, hopefully it's entertaining or relatable. Who knows? Okay, and then all of these ones, when I'm talking about the paw print, this is what the paw print looks like. So all the cat and dog prints this time, including the ones that haven't been like, aren't here to finish for this round, are going to get these paw print fabric. Because it is flippin' adorable. I adore it. Okay, now the question becomes, where are the rest of the canvas bottoms for these guys? That is that set here. I think it's probably, I know I didn't match all of them up right away, so I have a feeling it's the next. There's a pile here somewhere, hopefully. Okay, you've got your canvas. Do you already have your canvas? Because no, you don't. Okay, so these corgis have gray. Okay, that's easy enough. And they've got a lining, and you've got a lining. And then the Festival Cats has their canvas and a lining. May as well just distribute these because now we're in the last pile. So we've got 10 bags left to do here. I'll be glad. I'm excited to be like on to the next step. I know I keep saying that in my head, but honestly, if I can make up time anywhere, I am glad for it. There we go. There's some more Shibas on the gray. I really like, I'm just going to show this right now, but I really like this pink on the back, on this like, on the gray. Although pink and gray is like one of my favorite combos. It just doesn't have any like mellifluous ways to refer to it. Like Grink is not going to cut it the same way as Grello and Prey. There's no way to do it nicely. Sweet. Well, thank you so much for joining, because like it's always really cool to hear where people are joining from, and that's the insane part of social media, and always has been for me, is like the reach of it. Okay, cats with strawberries. Okay, and then I think it looks okay. Cats and laundry. Okay, so we do not have canvas for the bottom of that corgi bag. Bleh. I'm blah, blah. Bah. I know there's extra in the room, but I guess we're having a paring down of what's going to get done. It's been decided for us. Okay, I'm like, we're short one piece of lining. How does that work? Okay. Well, how's it work that we lost canvas? Oh, that might be it right there. Nope, that's the wall cats. Okay, well, that's good. Wall cats. Lining. Exteriors. I know, I 100% had enough. I have enough. Because there's that whole, like, debate about whether I would or not. Like I said, the end panic, right? So yeah, there is spare in the back for sure. It's just whether I want to take the time to cut it down or not. I'm like at that point where it's just like, okay, what will and will not get done right now? Probably should, because the corgi butts are flippin' adorable. Okay, and then where did the pixel cats go? Yeah. For all... Okay, whatever. It's probably at the bottom. For all that work, we're missing a piece of pixel cats. Yay. It's probably in the pile, so I'm not going to worry about too much. Oh no, that's right there. So now where's the pixel cat package? That's the next question. It's like missing everything. Okay, well, the good news is I don't need the canvas pieces of the corgi butts. So we're just going to pretend that I have the canvas pieces of the corgi butt right now. Yeah, because that's definitely not for the pixel cats. Yeah, like I have the pixel cat exterior and I have nothing else. What the heck? And then when I go for lunch, I'll go grab the canvas for corgi butts. Because I think, like I said, they're too adorable to not wrap up with on this round. Okay, canvas for corgi butts. I need to wait to like write this down, but I have no paper around me. Alrighty. That is a failing on my part. Yeah, I feel like it's probably cut, but it's like, I definitely have a couple more pieces in the back. So it's like if I go and I prep it and find it later, oh no, I've got a base for another one at a future point. I'm not too worried about it. Is it annoying? 100%. Is it the end of the world? No, it's just a cat problem. Cat problem. Maybe that's what I should start calling these, like live streams instead of creative chaos. Is cat problems, because it seems like there's a lot of them right now. Bah. Do these need an iron? Yes. Yes, they do. I don't. It would have been black. Wait, for the corgis? Yeah, it would have been black. I looked over at the pixel cats that's sitting here, and I know for sure they're black. Sorry, I laugh at that because, yeah, the like stress over the running out of the supplies was real. Oh my goodness. I still need to make my supply orders too. But the kids and I were all feral this weekend, and it just, oh my goodness. There was very little like headspace for it. Yeah, totally a cat problem. A Kato problem. Oh, that's clever. I like that. Hey, but at least I have enough leather. I do need to go get some new blades for the strap cutter, however, because it was starting to not cut very well. It was like, I am going to give you all the problems with this. I'm like, okay, so we'll go get you some new blades. Could have sworn I had new blades somewhere, but you know, that's why I need to tidy up. I do think the studio is finally in a configuration that's going to work for a while, at least. That's good. We moved a couple years ago, and there has been a lot of reconfiguring of this studio in the last couple of years. I do think I've settled on a layout that's going to work for a while, hopefully. Because that's the other issue that I've had, is that it's like I will settle on something for like 6 months, 6 to 8 months, and then be like, okay, we got to change this again. Last year, the big change was getting the cutting table into the bedroom. Because the bedroom had also become like a dumping zone, so that was a big job. But we still need to actually go in and get some like stuff wrapped up even now, because it's like, it's stuff that we moved like from an old apartment. How long have we been in a house? 9 years. Yeah, and so there's still boxes from like that initial move into a house. Now, granted, I mean, it seems like stuff just settles, and then if you don't deal with it, it just stays. But, oh well. We'll get there. My thought process on it right now is, it's like, I want to deal with as much as we can right now and continue to be active about it, because I don't want to leave it to our kids to have to deal with as much. Oh God, yeah, don't envy you that. I solo parent, and it's like, that is enough. Without the like financial burden as well, which just adds that extra flavor, right? That was sarcasm. But yes, keeping up with just everything can be a lot. Dallas has a staycation basically in May, and I do have to still work a little bit, but I think we got to do a good spring cleaning. So it'll happen eventually, right? It's not going anywhere, that's for sure. Okay, so what do we need? I need to go see, like, where the hell would this stuff have gone for this cat bag? I wonder if it got incorporated, like I split it off wrong or something and it ended up in the pile. Is it a loss if I don't get it finished? It sucks. And I go by the mantra for these shows of, if I don't finish it, I don't sell it. So that's the other part that sucks. And I really like the print, so I will do my best to find it. If it's one of those ones that ends up towards the end of finishing, well, we'll deal with it. A single Kato is not a big deal. As big a deal to like have to redo or do later on. There we go. One. I really love these little tuxedo cats. It's really funny because so one of my good clients, customer friends, lives in Vancouver, and she was always asking for tuxedo cat fabric. And usually there's pretty much always been black cat fabric, but finally when I went in November of 22, they had tuxedo cat fabrics. And so I sent her all these photos of them, and she's like, I feel like you're targeting me. And I'm like, I am. You asked for tuxedo cat fabrics. And they're adorable, so yeah. Actually, the one that I've been asked for most recently has been, that was a good catch. Okay. We're out of bobbin thread, so, but we wrapped up on the last pocket, so thank goodness. I don't have to worry too much more about that. I don't know where my train of thought was going. It's gone. Derailed. Thread the bobbin. Get this out. Pull the bobbin thread right here and out. Sweet. Okay. Well, the good thing, I think, is that most of these are fairly light, so we shouldn't have to switch the thread for very many bags. And so apparently most of the rest of the black top stitching will happen in the next round. I will be switching focus a little bit at the beginning of May. A, to tidy up. B, I need to actually get in and do Obi and Kimono works. So that'll be the focus for the start of May, and then we'll go in and we'll start the next round of Kato and then small box bags, which will also give me an opportunity to actually order. That actually works in our favor because my favor, because then I have an opportunity or a chance for the lining fabrics to come in before I have to like head down and prep small box bags and stuff like that. Although I will be prepping a crap ton of small box bags for Knit City in August, because I think we're down to 6 or 8 of them again. So thank you for everyone's continued support. I do very much appreciate it. Been really cool to see the fact that putting the effort in this time has kind of like started to have some payoff. Business has always self-supported itself, but it's nice when it's a little bit more above just self-sufficiency. And thankfully I don't have to worry about keeping the roof over my head or anything like that with this, but it does help pay for like supports for the kids and all of that. So sorry, what are friends for? I lost the track of the conversation because I can't remember what I just said. I'm hoping it's that you had like, yeah. And I'm hoping you had a good support system then from your friends. I have a really good support system here with my friends. The only issue being that they also live like a half hour away at minimum. So on the nights when it's really tough, it's like, oh, I sometimes wish we were still living in Calgary just to like minimize that barrier of like access, because then it could be like, hey, come over at like 8 o'clock, please, because I need to just have someone there. Not even for anything specific, just company. I love these little cats on this Japanese wall. I remember seeing this fabric in November, and it didn't quite make the cut. But then when I had more baggage space in May last year, I was like, yes, totally has to come home with me. Anyway, these are these are definitely residential walls that you would end up seeing in Japan. I never saw this many cats along those walls, but like the brickwork and design is definitely Japanese. So, ding, there we go. Oh, I have a window open and I am starting to regret that decision. So when I get up, I'm going to close it as well. My goodness. Oh, I guess I should actually wind the next bobbin so that when I run out on this bobbin, I don't have to worry. Another cat problem, or Kato problem, is the fact that bobbins on industrial machines run out so fast. I still do not understand how they have not figured out. Like, a serger can pull from, like, a cone. Why can't a sewing machine pull from a cone? Especially a, like, industrial machine. Could maybe understand on the domestic why it can't pull from a cone. But I'm sure... Oh. Okay, there's the package for the Pixel Cats. So now we're short. Now we're short a lining, but I'm pretty sure I've got a white one in there. Okay. Anyway, I don't understand why they can't make it so that you end up like you could use a cone for your bobbin thread. I'm sure they could figure it out. If they can figure it out for a serger, they could figure it out for an industrial machine at minimum, if not a domestic machine. Okay. Paw prints. Paw prints. This is like a really silky feeling cotton. It's really nice actually. I would put this actually at the quality, like a comparable quality to the Japanese fabric that I use quite a bit. It feels like I talked about the tiny strawberry fabric being silky, and that's what this reminds me of. It's really delicate. Should actually go look at their website and see maybe if I can get a wholesale account through them. Because here's the thing, I do not work with like wholesale quantities of the Japanese exterior fabrics, but everything else does. That needle synchronizer is still angry. Okay. Alright, well at least we found the part package for this like Pixel Cats. I am happy about that at least. And now we just have to come up with an extra lining for the laundry cats, which 100% had a lining when we came out. Because I was like, I made sure of that. There's always something. Always something. Heads up, if you are in the Calgary area, obviously Wendy, or Wend, sorry. This may or may not apply to you. I don't know. Have you been to the Calgary area? It'd be really cool if you had been. But if you're in the area or in northern BC or accessible to Dawson Creek in northern BC, I will be up there on April 28th for the Peace Fibre Festival. And then I will be at the NJCA's Kimono Market. Sorry, I keep saying and I know what I'm talking about, kind of. Anyway, that market will be May 19th at the it's down at the NJCA's, basically the community hall. Yes, I could do wholesale buying, but what I do with the Japanese fabrics, obviously, or I don't know if it's obvious, but I go to Japan and I actually buy them there. I don't buy in wholesale very specifically with the Japanese quantities or the exteriors, because the typical quantity that you have to commit to is 15 meters. That is not the right webbing for that bag, which means that I have messed up somewhere, and it's probably supposed to be with the Shiba Inus here. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Well, and it, yeah, I hear you. going within Canada is expensive. It's actually cheaper sometimes to go abroad than it is to go to places within Canada. It's nuts. But anyway, I go to Japan for my fabrics because, and I don't buy wholesale because 15 meters is a lot of fabric to work through and I would get bored. Because there's only so many bags I can make in a certain pattern before I'm like, and I'm done. However, I work in, purchase a lot of my other, so like pocket fabrics and canvas and lining in wholesale quantities because those are all something that kind of stay the same, basically, and that's what happens. So, and I do go to Japan because there's a lot of benefits for me to purchase it directly. I was purchasing from an Etsy seller, multiple Etsy sellers originally, but it's up to 40% cheaper for me to go and actually purchase the fabrics myself in Japan in the quantities I'm looking for. And then I'm able to see them in person and I can look at the colors and I can feel the texture. Because last year when I was there with Caroline of Ancient Arts, there were some super cute fabrics that had little otters on it and stuff, but it was too thin for what I was planning, so it stayed there instead. So yeah, so that's how it works here. I have 100% considered doing an online fabric shop myself, though. I have not committed to that. I look at the jobs available to me in this area, and then along with my education level, I have a bachelor degree in English. If I wanted to do something more, I think I would have to go back to trade school and do a diploma, which is fine. But between what I want to accomplish with the kids and the cost of me going back to work, it's this works better right now. And right now they're in an absolutely amazing preschool and just thriving. So I'm super excited about that. I have messed up a bunch of stuff right here with that clipping. There we go. Okay. Canvas, Shiba, lining, webbing, drawstring, pockets. Yes, fabric feel is are you a knitter or crocheter, or have you stumbled across me through some other means? Because I was a knitter originally. That's why the project bags mostly. And I know how important it is for fiber artists and everyone really for that tactility of it. And I see it in my sales too, I always sell better at in-person shows, and I really can't blame anyone. I just wish I could do more in-person shows. I did put myself on a wait list for a show in Saskatchewan for next year. It's actually closer to drive than Dawson. So I was like, if you have a wait list or a space this year, because Dallas is home. But the kids are not quite at the age where it's I'm comfortable leaving them overnight with anyone yet. And I feel like that's going to be at least a couple more years. So that limits as well kind of what I can do. Because there's a couple events that I would love to do in Calgary. So there's a big artisan market for Christmas, but it's such late nights. So it's runs from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. And I 100% have people that would come help me and everything like that. But I don't want to leave them manning my booth from until 10 o'clock. That's not fair to them. And it just feels weird. So that's one that's going to have to wait for a couple more years. Plus, that does actually give me that gives me time to, let's put the positive spin on this instead of just cat problems. Because I had that brainwave about, good Lord. Apparently I need more caffeine. I love it. The kids absolutely adored being down here right now too, which is amazing. And I think it is good for them to see me working, which is also good. My eldest has been really like, I want to help, I want to help, I want to help. So I'm trying to figure out ways for them to help without them being like under the needle. That's what I'm worried about. And honestly, my youngest, the eldest is super wanting to help. The youngest just gets under the machine, is like, it's a machine, like a robot. And then sticks their fingers in the belts. And that that leads to a very rapid end in production for the day. So. But they'll get there. But the preschool is really important too, because it's like just the ability to check in to make sure that they're hitting their milestones and stuff like that. My eldest really needed some speech therapy, so that's what they're receiving this year. I have a feeling they'll probably be in it next year as well. And I'm really interested to see like what our youngest's assessment is too. And like fine motor skills and socialization in this case. And like just a bunch of other benefits for all three of us. So 4 of us. These cats are adorable. Anyway, oh yeah, I don't know how I wandered down into that one. But the wait on getting into, hopefully, the big Christmas market in Calgary does actually leave me the ability to refine the waxed canvas bags that now I've had the brainwave about. And I was thinking about it this morning, and the next one that came up was, if I do waxed canvas, it will also make it easier to sew some of the exteriors where it's like, I don't want to use the stuff for the stuff. I don't want to use Japanese fabric for the full bag. I want it just as the accent piece sort of thing. Or like, I only have a little bit of fabric, so let's just use it as an accent. All that sort of stuff. So yeah, actually thinking about it, a couple of years to like refine the process, my processes on those. Excuse me, is not going to be the worst thing. So the thought process that I've been having is, it's like, and I got inspired actually by an Instagram post that I saw the other day, where they had done waxed canvas bags of a bag that I've been wanting to sew, but it doesn't suit to use, like, I could use Japanese fabric on the exterior, but you have to cut it in half, and then you have to like sew it back together, and it just, I don't want to break it up. So I was like looking at it, and I'm like, they had taken the waxed canvas, done the exterior with waxed canvas, and then they lined it with their like special fabric. And I'm like, oh, I feel like someone floated this idea to me like years ago, and I was like, no. Or I was like, yes, and then never acted on it because I didn't have a reliable supplier for waxed canvas. But the nice thing is that the people that I buy now the pocket fabric from and my canvas are a reliable source of a waxed canvas. Yeah, I think it's going to be really, really nice. Now, the supplier that I'll get it from has very muted colors. The ones that I saw were like this like bright pink and like sunshine yellow, and I think they had like a blue or something like that. It was like lighter tones of almost like the CMYK primaries, or CMY. So cyan, magenta, and yellow. But I think it's water resistant, which is also another benefit of it. Like, I think it should bead off at least. I don't think it's waterproof, but resistant. And yes, that is definitely a big plus to it, because like, I don't want to work with, I want to avoid vinyls as much as possible. And I also don't want to sew with leather, like beyond what I'm doing right now. I just do not want to take the learning curve of sewing with leather right now. So working with a heavier weight waxed canvas, I at least know how to work with canvas more or less, and then it's a little bit heavier. And yeah, I think I'll have to double check if it's waterproof or water resistant, because that would be a selling point as well. The other selling point is that it'll be a nice, subtle everything bag. And maybe a little bit wider appeal, because right now that's what I'm trying to get a little bit more of, is bags that still reflect me but are maybe a little bit wider audience. There we go. That is the way to put it, I think, maybe. I do know that you can re-wax waxed canvas, so that tells me that it is maybe a little bit waterproof. Yeah, and then there's that whole thing too, is like it's not going to like show the wear and tear as much. Waxed canvas does mean it's not washable like the project bags, but I also was like sitting here like and just pictured very vividly this like Kato bag made from waxed canvas, like a black wax canvas exterior with the like Japanese fabric drawstring coming out the top, and it just was like so gorgeous in my head. I was like, okay, there we go. That was actually one of the deciding factors in it. So we are on the last bag. Besides, oh, there's the lining. Yes. Okay, so we're on the second last bag, but we found the lining that was missing because apparently it was just crumpled up with the corgis. The corgis stole it. That's what happened. Totally the corgis' fault, not my fault at all. But yeah, so I was thinking that was going to be it. I'm also going to reintroduce the, now that my skills are better, because here's the thing, my skills have changed and developed a lot since I last tackled a lot of these projects. So that's going to help as well. Confidence level as well. A little bit clearer vision on like what I want to be doing maybe. And that doesn't mean that I'm moving completely away from project bags. I still really like my project bags. But like just a bunch of other factors as well. Oh yeah, it totally does. It's also like I was so careful about moving the packages from one place to the other. It's like there is no way I lost pieces of stuff. Anyway, yeah, the other ones I'm going to tackle. This is all fall projects at this point. I'm not even going, like, I'm going to talk about it and it's going to be pie in the sky until after Knit City right now, because I can't even fathom tackling them right now. But I can talk about them and daydream about them and stream of consciousness them for the next 4 months and taunt everyone with these products that aren't here yet. Oh, but the other ones I want to re-tackle are the, like, there's a nice hobo bag that I have a pattern for, and I've done it in the past, but I've paired it with vinyl that didn't work, because again, and it's also trying to keep everything at a reasonable cost, but everything's gone up in cost, so we may as well we'll just suck it up and we'll deal with it. But they would work better with waxed canvas and like I'm excited to re-tackle some things with my new knowledge and skill level as well. Okay, we are... Oh no, we still got one more after this, right? Okay, I thought we were done, but we're not. One more. And then I get to decide what I'm doing next, because, well, the next thing is we definitely have to go in and clip everything apart and turn these pockets, because they can't be top stitched until they get turned for obvious reasons. Right? And what happens next? I don't know. I make the rules and I don't even follow them. I think what we're going to do next is lunch, because it's noon. I think I'm going to go have a very adult lunch of a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, because it's quick and easy and satisfying. And now that I'm not resentful and raging, I am more able to concentrate on my calorie counting to bring my weight down. So that a peanut butter and jelly sandwich is fairly well balanced. Fats and carbs. Oh, I don't have bread. That's a minor hiccup in that process. Okay, so then what am I gonna have? The next thing that popped into my head was tuna. That's not gonna work either. Oh my goodness, and now the phone is like, and we're done. Oh, yes, thank you, Andrea. I talked about that the other day. We've got a crap ton of wraps left for, right. So I can do a peanut butter and jelly wrap. Actually, I saw someone, this is wild, but it does actually work. I did this for the kids the other day. You can like put, and I might get yelled at for this, but you can put cheese in the wrap, and then if you fold it a certain way, it's all contained, and then you can put it in the toaster, and it melts the cheese. So now the question is, I'm not even going to continue that because I just saw that that is not catching at all. So now the question is do I want peanut butter and jelly or do I want a toaster quesadilla? I think peanut butter and jelly is still better. Plus Costco had a really good strawberry jam out of Quebec, so. All right. Anyway, so it's going to be lunch, and then I'll come back and we're going to trim out all of these. These all have to be cut apart. And then we'll cut, and then we will also turn the pockets at the same time because they're going to need to be top stitched. So those are the next two things. What I have to decide is what I'm pairing the top stitch up with. I think what it'll end up being is probably all the drawstrings channel basting for the white stitched stuff. And the blue pockets are going to be black top stitched. So once we're done the white top stitches after lunch, we'll swap threads and do all the black top stitching that we need to. I said that and then I was like, no, we're not going to do that. What we're going to do after that is we're going to go in and do the exterior canvas to the exterior Japanese fabric. Because then when we get to the top stitching for everything that needs black thread, we can top stitch the canvas bottoms of the Kato as well. I know, sorry, it's like super convoluted. It's like, but so far so good. Everything stayed together except for when I've obviously like messed myself up. So I'm gonna go grab my peanut butter and jelly tortilla wrap. And I'll be back by like 12:30. It's not gonna take me very long. So see you in a few minutes. All right, I am back in like 6 minutes. Yay. Although realistically, it doesn't take long to stuff a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in my face. Oh, come on. My phone is like not liking this today. All right. Oh, is that perhaps because it might actually not be charged? Oh, no. Oh, it was ever so slightly not in the like surge bar. Yay. Okay, well, we'll just make the webcam large. Hello. You get a nice big face cam today. Okay. Well, once I hear it buzz back on, we'll give it a few minutes and then we'll start that again. Okay. So, the next step. What is the next step we're going to take? Well, the very next thing we need to do is we need to trim everything up. So this little doohickey that I saw today, it's basically, it holds the rotary blade upright and then you can just like go along and cut everything off. And I'm like, what? That seems insane. Okay, there's the actual connection. Okay, so what needs to happen now, we've trimmed up the drawstrings. Here, I can actually turn this down. Hey, now you can actually see what I'm doing instead of just being like me talking, a talking head, which is not as fun for any of us. So now these all get turned and then they'll get thrown back underneath for top stitching along the top of the pocket so that it like lays flat when I go to actually insert it into the bag. So this is where the question is like, should I go in and what should I top stitch them with is basically the question. So I think what I'm going to do, and I think what I had decided to do when I was having the brainwave in that place, the cutting studio, was to baste the white stitch drawstrings to the and then also top stitch the top of these pockets. So all the bases, and then do the black stitching that I need to do, which includes the black top stitching of the line between the canvas and the Japanese exterior. That's what it is. The words will happen eventually. Okay, where does this end? Oh, it ends up here. Okay, there we go. So now hopefully this is more or less in the same order as it is in the pile. I think it is. It looks like it is. At least it should be fairly easy because I'm pretty sure that I did it in such a way that it's like these are all white with white interiors with paw print pockets, which is pretty obvious because they're all pets and animal prints. So yeah, we'll just see. I was like, I realized, what is it, like 4 days? I've got today, I don't have tomorrow. I'm including it in the count, but it's not like I'm getting any sewing done. If I do, it'll be once we get home tomorrow night. So not a full day. I have a full day Wednesday, and then I have whatever I can scrounge up on Thursday, and whatever I can scrounge up on Friday. But it's not going to be much on Friday, because I have a massive run, and then we got to pack the truck. I know I asked for 20 feet worth of booth space, but now I'm like, I always have enough stock for 20 feet. Well, I have enough stock now for 20 feet again. But I'm also like, do I actually have enough stock for 20 feet? The big thing though is the accessibility, like just, and I don't even mean like disabled access, but I just mean accessibility for people in general. Like just the jump from a 10 to a 20 foot, that way is insane. I've talked about that before on the live stream. And just how off-putting it can be as a customer to just constantly be going by a booth that's full, even if you really, 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 really want to go into it. So, but yeah, the knot bags can go out. They haven't been out the last couple of shows. I also have the bins now from IKEA for overstock. I say like I'm gonna have overstock right now. I don't know, people. Actually, taking up shelves for the Kato helps a lot, so. Oh, damn it. I should add on some. Okay, where's this pocket? Oh, boy. Okay. 2 for you, and 2 for you, and 2 for you, and 2 for you. So why do I have a singleton here? Oh, because it's already on my lap. I don't know how I missed that. Okay. Brains. Apparently I should have maybe eaten lunch earlier. But I was very well behaved, and I had like a protein mix instead. I was hungry. But so one of the issues that I've had, I'm diabetic, so that's part of why I'm always like, why I am on like, I need to lose weight, because well, for running it's going to be easier on my joints. We've had that discussion of also it's just going to make it easier to run because there's not as much bulk to have to get into momentum. But it'll be easier on my joints, and I'm diabetic, so the big thing is that I definitely need to lose weight because of the diabetes. It just makes it so much easier to control. And I am going, like, I've had diabetes for a really long time already, and I'm just going to continue to have it because it's one of those lifelong conditions. Am I always going to have perfect control? No. But anyway, why I mention this is because in the past when I've done weightlifting, I have always had a jump in my average blood sugar over the 3 months, so the A1C numbers, which are the ones that like my doctors have always told me to worry about, because as a type 2 diabetic, or technically I'm what's called MODY, which is mature onset diabetes in youth. So it acts like type 2, but it's a genetic, for sure genetic. We did testing when I was pregnant. Preconception, basically. It got fast-tracked because I was going to be pregnant. And this was important because now we know that it's genetic, and if the kids show any signs of it, then we know how to also best treat it, because there's certain drugs that treat it the best. So I'm on that. I've gotten my sugars back under control after postpartum, which was a struggle for a little bit. And in the past, when I've been weightlifting, I have noticed a jump in the A1C. Now, one of the things that's going to help with that is I'm on one of the constant constant glucose monitors. Tap it with my phone and I've got a glucose right there. But the other thing is I was never watching my food intake when I was doing weights before. And I think what I was doing is I was like, oh, I'm hungry, and since I'm working out, I can just eat. And so instead of eating stuff that would be satisfying, like protein and stuff like that, and I've typically been fairly conscious of that, but I think what I was probably doing without knowing it is I was like eating carbs, which is fine. You need carbs, but I was eating in excess of what I needed. So I've got a baseline for where I was really before I started weightlifting, and now I'll start watching what it does afterwards, but I think this time I'm going to be able to like continue the weightlifting as well as keep my A1C numbers in line. We'll find out. The other thing I need to add in, and this will be easier now that it's actually getting nice out, is that we need to start walking, because I find that still the easiest way, even with all the running and the weightlifting and the spin and whatever else that we're doing. The walking is what really helps both of us lose weight, or at least me. And I did see someone talking about that actually on Threads last night, and they're like, it's not just that you're burning extra calories, but it also helps like the mental and the cortisol levels, which are going to also contribute to like weight fluctuations. So, because you know, we don't have enough to do right now. I really want to get back into the yoga a bit more too, because that's another one where it's like the mental benefits of it, for me personally, are immense. And the strengthening benefits that I see from that as well. It'll all happen. I really do think I need to ask my mother-in-law to come over and like maybe one day a week when the kids are out of the house and be like, can you do some things? Or like drop stuff off at our house to do or something. I don't know. I don't know what she'd be more comfortable with, if she'd even be comfortable doing that. It wouldn't be anything like super insane, but it would be like, can I drop off bags for you to turn right side out or something? Now, the other issue with that is that I would have to be like prepared enough to do that, so. But something's got to change, I think, maybe. Whew. That's it. I am now ready for a nap. Haha. So it's 12:30 as well. I'm going to roast cauliflower in the air fryer because my eldest really liked the roasted cauliflower last night, which is awesome. And we're going to have they're going to have pizza. I'm going to have leftover pasta. So I just got to plan that into the timing as well. The oven takes a while to warm up, so I'll probably need to go upstairs around 4:30. So yeah, we got about 4 hours left here. And I haven't even been online for 2 hours. Sweet. So this makes me super glad that I stopped where I stopped for exterior prepping. Just given what else has to happen this week. It was a good plan. I'm just like thinking, I'm like, when is the actual tax deadline? But the actual tax deadline is April 30th, which is Tuesday. Yeah. Ugh. Gross. I don't even know whose this is, but that's okay. We'll just stack them up. Actually, I just realized how this is set up. I could actually go in and just do the pockets and do the drawstrings and not have to worry about them being paired up. Because it's like the paw prints are obviously going with animal prints. Considering that everything has their lining matched up, that's where it becomes more work, is having their linings matched up again. But everything's matched up with the exteriors, so I could just make a pocket pile and a drawstring pile, and we could just happily go forth. Probably not this round, but that's good to remember for like next round, because there's still like over half of what we cut out, or I cut out, is in this cutting studio still. I do feel like this whole like taking more time to prep though is going to work in my favor, so I hope it's at least it's like done now, so it's like, well, I can just go all we are doing is sewing. Well, except I gotta cut down the leather. No, whatever. That, in the grand scheme of things, that is small. Oh, gotta brand the logos. My God, I am going to run out of time again. This is not a surprise. I knew this. I told you. I told myself so. Told you so. Ugh. Well, I'll get there. We'll get there. That's part of why I need to also tidy up the studio, though, too, is it's like the desk that I would normally do that branding on is, well, both the desks I would normally do the branding on are just dump surfaces right now. So yeah, first order of business after peace, tidy up the studio. Second order of business after peace, obi and kimono bags. So like the Kato, that is kind of prepped and such. Although I'm gonna have to prep kimono fabric for that, so I'll need to go in and it's gonna need to be, I just realized that the kimono fabric that I use for the interior is going to need to be interfaced, I think. Mostly because it's going to be slithery. That was the big thing that I learned last year when I was doing the NCWs and stuff like that, was that it was slithery. And so it would shift without it being like basically if you breathed on it, it went from being like square and or rectangle, like the strips, and then being like wavy. So there's that. Okay, actually, we're going to start the separation of the stuff now. So drawstrings here and pockets on the cart, because all the paw prints make sense. They're all pet prints. And actually, we won't, yeah, I'll stack the fabric on, or the drawstrings on top of the pockets. There we go. And then there's an extra added layer of protection for against messing stuff up, I guess. Okay. One. Dallas was like, called me yesterday. He's like, "What do you want to do for Mother's Day?" And I'm like, and he's like, "Do you want to go for a run?" And I'm like, "No." I don't think I'm even going to go to the study that day. I said I wanted to do something very just Mother's Day and like have brunch or something like that. So sounds like he's going to actually make me breakfast in bed, which will be amazing. He's not home for what am I saying? He's been home for Mother's Day the past couple of years. I wasn't home for Mother's Day last year. That's what it was. I'm like, what happened last year? Because I'm like, we didn't do anything for Mother's Day last year. That's because I ran off to Japan. That was my Mother's Day. And a very good one at that. That's right, because he texted me a video of the kiddos wishing me a happy Mother's Day. It was something like Happy Mama's Day from my eldest. Like, what was I doing last year? Oh, right. Oh, dear. All right. That, and then we're going to go in here. Okay, so actually this works because then I will pull all the blue. So all these blue ones need to be black top stitch. As I keep reiterating, I'm still going to just keep talking about it to remind myself. But we will do all the drawstring channels because we may as well. And then we'll move on to the last. Actually, what am I doing? What I should be doing is just like stacking all the pockets and then turning them all at the same time too. Because does make more sense. Hello. Have a look at my eyeball, please. Disturbingly close. Okay, so these will get clipped down and then they'll get white top stitched. I'm just going to throw them on top of the current pile because, like I said, most of these color matches make sense. Where it becomes ornery is when I am doing the interior to, or the pockets to interior stitching. That it can be like, okay, which one was meant for which. Now there's less of that problem right now because we didn't have as much white fabric anyway. But, you know, these are all matched up with their, like, all the exteriors are matched up with their interiors right now anyway, so it's not a big deal. I'm going to be a little bit blasé about these, and I'm not even going to turn them until we are ready to top stitch, just to move us through this process even a little bit faster. Here's the thing, if I don't get them turned until tonight when the kids are home, no, I gotta do taxes tonight. I'm like, I can just turn them when the kids are home. No, I need to do computer work tonight, which is unfortunate because they'll want to cuddle. So I guess I'll set up on the, not the cuddling part, just the working around the children part. Yeah, I'll set up on the couch and then they can both sit with me on the couch. And that's how we'll wrap up. I don't have much left to do, but it's like just enough that I need to do it now. And then I told Dallas I was going to start putting stuff in. I'm like, no, we'll do that on Friday when he's sitting here, because he's the one with the access to like the actual account and always gets the notifications to like let me in. So we'll just do it together. Alright, so in the case of these ones that have already had their bottoms sewn onto them, they'll just wait until I do the top stitching in black, and then they'll get their drawstring channels done in black as well. The packages for them are still with the other bags. Really not a big deal. Yeah, I can see where that little rotary blade holder would actually come in handy, because I could just set it on the desk and you go instead of like, I don't know though, maybe it wouldn't be as, would mean that it would stay in one place, which means I wouldn't like keep losing flipping, like I could just have one pair of travel thread snips or something. I don't know. I don't think that would actually work either, to be honest, but I could hope and dream. I do like how it works with the rotary blades, so I think that's cool. Cool enough that I need one? Probably not. Cool enough that I might put it on my Christmas list? 100%. That's probably what'll happen. Along with the larger rotary cutter. Although that defeats the purpose, because this is set up for like 45mm blades, so. Ding, ding, ding. My watch is like, you should stand. It's like, no. I'll get my stand hours later, don't worry. This is the thing about sewing that actually kind of annoys me, is it's like you cut things apart to put them back together to cut them apart again. It's like, oh, no. I honestly love sewing, but there are some days where it's like, why do I love it so much? Oh, okay, there it is. I'm like, where's the other piece of this one? But it got intermixed with the pockets. Poof. Poof. Ugh. Gross. Trim that down. That's one of those points where the it freaked out because it didn't get like whatever you want to call it. Doesn't look dirty. All right. Slow progress is still progress, even if it's mind-numbing. Cat problems. What are you stuck on? Stuck on the machine. Ding, and ding, and ding, and I don't know why I still have these on my lap, because realistically they can sit on the, I'll pop them underneath all the other ones here. There we go. And then, like I said, I am going to be a little bit lazy right now. We'll turn those later, even though I know better and should just turn them now. Whatever. Future Katie will cuss out past Katie, but you know what? That's fine. I can deal with it. Hey. I don't know why I did that. All right, come here. You should be there. Thank you. One and two. I don't even want to know how many threads we've snipped. I keep talking about doing a bobbin count actually for how many bobbins have been used, and I think I will do that, but I'm going to do it for the Knit City run. So yes, a lot of this is Knit City as well. But I'm not like officially in Knit City prep mode yet, so post Kimono Fair, I'll count that as like official Knit City prep mode. So that'll be like the finishing of all those other Kato and the start of the small box bags, and then we're gonna have to go in and cut more. That was a big sigh, sorry. Although actually there's a lot out here too that I should just sew down. So that's part of what the tidy up will be, is another tossing of the whips that we have, or I have here, and figuring out what needs to be done to get them finished. I found a whole stash of nearly finished large box bags the other day. I vaguely knew they were there. I even found like the handle pieces that I need. Do you know what they need? Interfacing. That's it. So I'm like, all right, well, that's on the agenda then for like post piece, I guess. But yeah, we'll start a bobbin count. I'm really curious how many bobbins I'll go through for Knit City Prep alone. And then what I'll start doing is I'll reset it at the beginning of the year or something. I don't know, or at some point. I'm just curious how much I go through for bobbin thread. And I feel like that would be a fun stat. Okay, I know I said I was going to be lazy and not turn out those blue ones. We're totally going to turn out the blue ones, but we are going to do it once I've got all the pockets cut, because now that actually makes more sense that I look at it. So, get all of this unpieced, and then it'll be time to do that. I always say this, but I should have been smarter and made myself a coffee with lunch. Oh. And I hope my phone, actually I'm going to double check my phone and see if it's charged or not, or charging still. It is not charging. What is going on? Alrighty. Is it really not in that search bar very well? Okay, well, I have a direct in the wall connection right here, so we're gonna plug it in here and get it charging instead. Because that's just wild that it is that loose in the surge bar that it didn't charge at all. Yay. Please tell me that cable is still functional. Okay, I think I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And it is not the pearly gates, it's actually like the accomplishment of getting these all apart again as well. Considering how many evenings it took us to sew these. Holy. But again, I thought that I was only going to be I figured that we were still going to be sewing this portion right now. No, okay, I wonder if I've got I bet you there's crud in the porch or something like that. Okay, there we go. Boring. Oh my goodness. The fabrics are not boring, but this is a lot to clip. Okay, so if there's no, never mind. I'm not even going to try and do that math. Math at that scale is not my friend right now. I do know that if we're sewing over 50 bags, that we've got over 100 bags to sew, essentially. Because each of these are 2 bags each, basically. And then we smash them together. Again, cat problems, but worthy of notice. Okay, the hedges need to go under the iron and just get that interfacing pressed on there properly. Actually, all the ones that have already been sewn need to go back under an iron so that I can get that interfacing adhered correctly. And then I don't think we should. Per the pattern, I should press all of the canvas. Per my production schedule, we will not. Because I was just like, do I press those now or do I press those afterwards? But those don't need to be pressed until we need to actually stitch the black stitching. So I'm not going to worry about it right now. We're just going to stay at the sewing machine as long as we can instead of switching tasks. We are at the end. We've done it. All right. Yeah, sometimes math is my friend. Most of the time it just tries to like stab me in the back and then run away giggling or something. Okay. Now I gotta turn all of these. At least my phone's charging now. 1%, so we'll let it actually charge for a little bit before I turn that camera back on. All right, now we are into nap territory. No, we're into turning these. And then we will turn the blue as well because I'm nice like that sometimes. Nicer to future Katie than past Katie was going to be to future Katie. Okay, 1, 2. Oh, that. I'm hoping that was canvas. We're gonna pretend that was canvas. Like a fluff. It looked like a spider. And I'm like spider hyper aware because of that one that crawled on me the other day. Ugh. Another good reason to like get the studio tidied up. Although spiders are not really because it's just because it was like, yeah, I don't know. Ugh. Spiders. I'm not scared of spiders, but crawling on me is something completely different. So it's just like, ugh. All right, here we are going through. Also, if I can keep my kids out of the frame, I'll try and like actually record setting up for Dawson because I think that would be a fun one. I need to email her and find out if I have power. Because that is integral to what I bring for the setup. And if I don't have to figure out how to bring the lights, like if I don't have power, then I won't figure out how to bring the lights. If I have to figure out how to bring the lights, I gotta unpack that trunk. I have to unpack that trunk anyway and figure out. Yeah, I guess that'll be part of the May stuff. I was saying that we have to spring clean. But we can then, I'm like debating about having a garage sale, but the items that we have are higher value, if that makes sense. Like they need to go onto Facebook Marketplace because I find that there's like, at least if there's going to be negotiation, there's negotiation before something is purchased. Because yeah, like we have an old kids hiking backpack, like one of the baby carrier hiking backpacks. And this dual stroller and stuff like that. So I guess that'll be, and now this trunk, which is in good enough condition for like a coffee table or something like that, but it's not in good enough condition anymore to come to shows, unfortunately. So I wish it was, but it's also a pain in the butt to move around. So I'm not actually that sad about it. I am thinking with the Drona boxes now, I might try and find some like vinyl cut things to vinyl cut and then like put on the boxes to decorate them. Maybe like the Osaka Castle and like Japanese famous Japanese sites, I think maybe, or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But I think that would be fun. It would make it look, I don't know if I want them to like blend in or if I want them to stand out a little bit. Because what I was eventually going to do with the trunk was I was going to put like travel stickers on them and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think, I should get some vintage suitcases or something like that and do it with them and do some sort of setup with that. I still have like a little like steamer trunk, so that's fun at least. But it's velvet, so there's no way I'm going to be putting stickers on it. I actually have a blue one as well, but the cat has destroyed it, and now I'm like, okay, I don't think I can take that to shows, which is super annoying. Although if it's saying against like a grid wall or something, you're not going to see the damage because it's all on the top and like back pretty much. I don't know. Again, the setup changes so constantly that it's just like, because it's new products or it's new display pieces or like whatever. I think getting rid of the trunk is a good idea though, because it's unsafe and it's such a pain in the butt to move. Whereas the Drono will fold down, serve a better purpose, because the whole point was to open the trunk up and have all the excess stock in there. But I always also worried about it like closing on someone's hand, and that would be bad. And now that the metal is like bent in and it's not closing properly anymore, it's just kind of pointless and heavy. That's the big thing, it's heavy. And the Drona are more conducive to me setting up a booth when I need to, so. Round and round and round. I just talk in circles. We know this. And that is the collective we, not the royal we. As in everyone who has listened to the live stream for any length of time. We know. Maybe that's how I should come out and do the Eastern shows, is just like pack up a bunch of IKEA Drona, rent a table, and then I could just put the Drona out on the table. That's not the worst idea. I'd have to figure out if the Drona would fit in like a suitcase or something like that. It'd be the same issue as the whole what cardboard box would fit into the bag to ship fabric home, because I don't want to have to take the time to search for not a cardboard bag, cardboard box. What cardboard box would fit in the luggage? Because I don't want to take the time to search for a box when I'm in Japan. I'm sure if I showed up to the post office and asked for a box there, they could find me one, but no. Okay, so after this is we'll go in and we'll top stitch all of these, and then we'll go in and we will sew all of the exteriors together, and we'll put these into the pocket, into the interiors, and that's how we'll keep this package deal. Must have been someone's muffler as they're going up the hill or something. Yeah, whatever we're doing. I got it, I think, now. Although actually this is work. I think putting the extra legwork in the cutting studio has actually really benefited this whole process. Have I broken up the packages now? Yes, but now that I've seen them for what fabrics go together 3 or 4 times, it's also easier to tell what's supposed to go together, right? So, kind of, hopefully. That's my theory. That's what I'm telling myself right now. I wonder how much it would cost to ship a box of. So those grid squares are an absolute pain in the ass to put together, but I've figured out the way. And they've got the there's those like solid ones from Amazon now, where it's like you don't have like see-through grid squares, but you have little plastic pieces to make like little shells and stuff like that. I wonder how much it would cost to ship those and Drona boxes across, because then you rent a couple tables and you set everything up in those cubes in the Drona boxes. Definitely cheaper than shipping grid wall. Because I really do want to figure out a way to get out to Knit City, Toronto as a vendor eventually. And just how to figure out how to do it as a vendor out east at all, Eastern Canada. Because as much as it would be awesome to drive, I A, know it's boring, and B, it would take me 3 to 4 days to drive across. So it's not even a money thing at that point. It's more of it's the whole thought process of time is money. And that's a lot of wear and tear on the truck too. Would my display look better? 100%. But I think there's ways for me to do it with the bags. Should almost find out. Does anyone have any storage out there and I could ship them shelves to store? That would be the other thing. Because the shelves that I used, the shelf that I used from Caroline actually worked extremely well. And I need to get lights for that. Okay, so I need to buy some stuff today. And prep for peace and etc. And then, yeah. Actually, I need to buy Dallas's birthday gift. That was the big thing I needed to do today as well. Since he actually gave me a birthday gift idea. He is notoriously difficult to buy for because he's one of these people who just typically ends up buying himself whatever he wants. And that's fine. That does mean that it leaves very few things for gift ideas. I've put him on a moratorium for buying, and we used to do this as a kid as well. It's not really a moratorium, kind of is. But basically, you cannot buy anything for yourself from November 1st through to Christmas, basically. Unless it's a necessity. Your pants blow a hole or something like that. Then yes. That's not something that people are necessarily going to buy you for Christmas anyway. But, yeah, he actually had an idea for a gift this year. So I'm thank you. I already had gift ideas anyway, but this works out perfect because I can just add it to that then. Actually, that's something else that needs to go up. Sold on is the little charge pad, because the one that he has is way more efficient and just a better setup. I got a little travel charge pad, but yeah, the one he has is actually more compact and will work better for traveling anyway. I'm all right then. So a few tech items to move out as well, which that's fine. Win some, lose some. I got my use out of it as well, and that's the important part. So, man, I can see that my hair is still growing out from the undercut that I got last year, basically. If you haven't been watching forever, last summer we were training for the Dopey Challenge down at Disney World, which we went and ran in January. That was the trip to Florida with the whole questionable weather. But I did a run in August, and I'm done with this, because my hair was a uniform length all the way around and just trimmed. And I went and I just got them to cut the back. I left enough on top that I could pin it back, but because my hair grows very slowly and it's fine and curly, it also breaks, I think, quite a bit. It's still growing back. Although I guess 8 months, that's quite a bit of growth as well. Yes, the no buying thing is temporary, because it's just just wait until after your birthday, because he'll talk about stuff and it's just chill on it. It's okay. That might already be coming your way in 3 weeks. It's also like, if he thinks of stuff throughout the year where it's like, okay, this would be really nice, but not something I necessarily want to purchase right now, it's like, we'll put that on a list then, and then we'll have it for Christmas or birthday or whatever, or just because we randomly want to purchase you something as a gift. Mostly birthdays and Christmas, because it's just like, it's nice to have a running list. I used to do that on Pinterest quite a bit. It was just keep like a running list, and then each year kind of go in and like clean it up, basically. I haven't done that recently, but I might start doing that again. Almost done turning pockets. Actually, we're going to go in and do the blue ones too, so that they're done. They don't have to worry about them. But these are almost all these ones that need to be stitched next, which is exciting. And then we will do more stitching, and then we will do more stitching, and then we'll do more stitching. It'll just be different things. Actually, looking at this and looking at the time, I think we'll get all of the top stitching for these done, as well as the drawstrings. So it's just straight seams. And then I think we'll be able to get all of the exteriors together. And then I think we'll be able to go in, because the exteriors will include the first line of pocket stitching as well. I said that, and then I'm like, yeah, we'll definitely get that done. Then I think what we'll move on to tonight, when I come back on after the kiddos are in bed, is we'll move on to just sewing the pockets and getting them actually like tacked down into their pocket shapes. And then when we get to the black top stitching, we can just do everything all at once for it as well. I think that's going to work the best. It'll all get sewn then, so may as well lean into it already. It's actually looking like it's getting nice outside. It is still windy AF, but it's Cochrane, so that when I say windy AF, I mean that we used to live in Exshaw, so that's like another, I don't know, half an hour west of us right now. Right in the mountains, but like, and not quite in the foothills, but extremely close to both. Oh, that's a really good idea, because that's a lot easier to access than Pinterest, because I think Pinterest now wants you to have an account to access Pinterest. Amazon would be a good one. Okay. The thing I do have to do is that, so Santa comes to visit, of course, which is absolutely generous, and he always visits at my in-laws' place, so I have to make sure that whoever's helping him, like, there's stuff locally that my mother-in-law can help him with. So there's that too. But Amazon is an excellent starting place for that sort of thing. Okay, oh, we gotta turn the blue ones. Anyway, I was talking about Exshaw, and so the wind out there was so strong one night. It was rocking. We had one of those old, when I was a kid, I think it was 4, maybe 5, approaching 5 if I wasn't already, rocking like one of those old Suburbans, and was so windy I actually got blown off of the steps going up to the house in Exshaw. So when I say that it's windy, I mean it is windy. Dislocated my elbow. I don't remember a lot of this. I do remember getting blown off into the bushes. And I think I remember them like actually, not the actual action of them putting the elbow back into place, but knowing that it was like happening. Anyway, like in the abstract, that's what I remember. But yeah, Mom said that they were very concerned that it had been one of those situations of like tugging a child along, like in a grocery store or something, and dislocating their elbow, until a nurse came in and went, hell no, it is so windy in Exshaw. So yeah, not that windy today, thankfully. And I'm much larger and harder to like actually get blown over now. Oh man, this fabric sewed up really nice. I don't know what it is about that seam line, but that seam line is like... All right. Go off Kona cotton. Actually, I wonder if the company that I was going to order pocket fabric from just has solids. Because I keep looking at prints, but why am I not just doing solids? Well, I guess I'm doing prints when I can get super cute little cat paw or paw print fabric, but they're out of that. So, and they're out of that confetti print as well. Because I think I got the last bolt of both of them. But I wonder if there's like, I could just get solids. I'll have to look. That's a question. Oh, excuse me, future Katie will answer. Come on. I also like the fact that the Kona cotton doesn't really have like a selvage. It definitely has like a processing edge. Obviously there's a processing edge right there. But it's not like, there's no selvage information, which is kind of nice. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Okay. Time is 1:30. It's not really coffee time yet. Well, I guess it almost is. Guess what? I normally go up around 2 for coffee, I guess. So my brain's like, hey, give me some coffee. All right, that's better. Phone is charging. So I think what I'll do is I'll finish turning these out. I will go get a coffee. And then I'll come down, get the phone set back up, and then we will move on into all of this other madness. Because I'm pretty sure this is madness. Not the only reason for the madness, but definitely a contributing factor. We are starting to green up though, which is such a relief. Because I know, like it was not a long winter. I keep saying that we need more moisture. Honestly, we could still probably use more snow. Although I would prefer it to fall as rain. But now it's like this transition. I honestly thought we would, well, we might, I don't know. We go for bikes and runs around a certain path in Calgary. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, I think there'll be leaves there this week. Maybe. Although looking out the window right now, I don't know, actually. It might have been too cold this week to just do that like final push for everything to kind of be like, all right, it's time to go. Time to open. All right, there we go. Almost there, almost there. Then coffee time. I need to make a like stream for like coffee time. Don't fall asleep. 3 more pockets to turn. 4 more pockets to turn. One was hiding. Coffee. 4 and coffee. 4 and coffee. Actually, oh yes, I can show you this. Because I don't normally have my phone available. But, no. The signal lost because the phone died. So I just tap it. Okay. Except for the fact that it texted me at the same time. Get out of here. There's like all these notifications coming in because it's like, oh wait, I'm actually awake. Anyway, you just tap at that. Oh my god. So normally there is like a graph and it'll tell me up here what I'm at. Because I'm also just debating if I should grab my next snack while I'm upstairs. Even though I just had lunch. No, we will not. But then that'll tell you, and then I'll actually tell you. So this arrow means that it's like slowly rising. Sometimes it goes like this, which means it's super rising. This is a little bit high, but not bad. Considering that I had jelly in my wrap, and the wrap doesn't have any fiber. I guess the peanut butter does though, so. But that's also not a 2-hour reading. But it's really cool because then it'll also estimate my A1C and stuff like that. So it has helped significantly in just kind of like, I think with the type 2 diabetes, it's really, 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 really good because you don't have to finger poke all the time. And for a lot of type 1 diabetics as well, because otherwise you're constantly finger poking. When I was on insulin for the pregnancies and prenatal, it was constant poking because during my first pregnancy, I became allergic to the adhesive in the puck. Yay! So I've been using the Libre for like I don't know, 9 months to a year, because they're like, hey, there's this awesome new thing, and then you just send us the data through the like app that we can connect and all of this, and then I got like allergic to the pucks within a month of becoming pregnant. Now I probably could have changed the pucks and it would have been a different, or like to like a Dexcom, which is another brand or something, but it's just like for the length of time I made like, and the accuracy. So I still had to actually finger poke because it was like the accuracy of this is delayed by 10 minutes ish, and it also means that is also not as accurate as the finger poke information. So, but still super useful in the case of a type 2 diabetic. Less useful in the case of pregnancy, where it was like you had to have super tight numbers so that like there wasn't fetal damage, because that's not terrifying at all as a diabetic. Obviously it was good, but you know, have that hanging over your head the whole pregnancy. Anyway, on that nice cheery note, I'm gonna go get coffee. We're all good. I'm gonna go get coffee, and then I will be back in like, it takes me a little bit longer to make coffee than the peanut butter and jelly wrap, but it won't be too long. Probably about 7 minutes. Yeah, 1:35-ish, 1:40, somewhere in there. Minutes. Okay. Oh, I just realized you probably could hear me humming that whole time. I'm sorry. All right, as I'm like, good thing I wasn't like swearing at this webcam that wouldn't like shrink and stretch and move correctly. It's still giving me issues. I thought I'd muted my mic. Oh well. Yes, I totally get the Spider-Man theme song stuck in my head constantly, if you were wondering. All right, let's do this. Now you hopefully also have the Spider-Man theme song stuck in your head. At least my phone's charging now. And I do have coffee, so that's always another plus. So we are got this massive pile of stuff right here, which means we can put up the stitch length because everything's going to get top stitched. And then the other thing is a basting. Oh, we're going to change. Should have done this off camera, but whatever. We're going to change the needle because I was noticing that the holes that it's poking are a little bit. Oh, I'm like, it's not sharp as I like. If I can push my finger on it like that, it is not sharp enough anymore. Although then I did like try to puncture my skin. I think these are new needles. Yes, okay, right? Is that a new needle or is that an old needle? What I used to do is I used to throw the needles into like the old cases so that at least. Oh no, these are old needles. Okay, so we're actually going to pull all those and we're going to put them in the pin bin because there's no point in having them around thinking they're new needles. And those are actually recyclable, so pop that in there, or at least they have the recycling symbol. I'm going to say that they're recyclable. Then yes, there we go, that's a new needle. Because the rest of these in here are also new needles. All right, into the bin with them. So basically just in there, and there's a bunch of like pins that have died or like these needles or whatever. Oh, I don't know why I put it back in it. I need to keep that, and then I need my handy dandy screwdriver. And then the long line goes. Now that looks like it's still sharp, but it is not. And this is not just that my fingers are like thick-skinned. No, that is not a sharp needle. This one definitely feels sharper at least. All right. Go. Make sure that's lined up because otherwise it also is unhappy. Go. Done. I don't know why I don't change my needle more. It's just like, it's not that big a deal. And it is like, makes the sewing way easier in some ways. The scary part of saying that is that technically if I'm sitting down and doing as much work as I am, I should be doing it once a day. Like during show prep season, you're supposed to change the needle every like 8 hours. So it's just like, oh, that's a lot of needles to change. Although, as you just saw, it really isn't that big a deal. So I don't know why I don't do it more often. Especially when I pay attention to how the needle is actually placed in the thing. So domestic needles for domestic sewing machine needles typically have a little flat spot. So you can't mess up how you actually put them in the machine because they won't go in if it if it doesn't. It's not supposed to. Industrial needles are round. And so for the longest time, I didn't pay attention to how they were actually installed in the thing, and they would like fight me when I changed it. So that was part of why I didn't change them for a long time originally, and now I just don't change them for some reason. I don't know why. Because I've learned my lesson. I know you're supposed to pay attention, just like I just did. And just knowing more about my sewing machine mechanics, if I don't pay attention, I usually have a fairly good guess, at least now, of which way it's supposed to go. Ticking along, ticking along. Got a couple new subscribers, so thank you for subscribing if you're watching. If you're not and you're coming back later, thank you so much. Got the little like notifications on my notification bar here on the streaming software, so that was exciting. And then my phone was like, hey, you've got a new subscriber. Like, sweet. I already saw that they subscribed. It's weird because, like, sometimes I'll get an email notification, but, like, 99.5% of the time, I do not get an email notification, which I'm like, oh. So it's always just like, well, we'll go into the app, see what the subscriber number is at, I guess. Because it's obvious that I have the, like, notifications turned on because it notified me and sent me an email this time. I'm like, why does it do it for some and not for others? I don't get it. Super annoying. Although on the flip side, I may be annoyed. No, I wouldn't be annoyed if I got subscriber emails for every single subscriber. That would be really cool. Oh well. Come on, pockets, let's go. Can't make it go any faster than this. I guess I should check the forecast of what's supposed to be up in Dawson Creek, and actually the roads along the way. Although I think we should be in the clear, to be honest. So hopefully. Okay, so one of the baffling things is it's like I got comments about how, okay, the majority of the comments were that the mic was, like when I was using the mic behind the computer, was that the mic was too quiet. But then I got that comment about how my humming, I was thinking about how I was humming the Spider-Man theme. And it was like, your humming is terrible. I'm like, if my sound was so bad, how could you even hear the humming? The baffled question of the day, I guess. How could you hear the humming if my sound quality wasn't very good? Like if it was quiet? I don't get it. This is not someone who complained that the mic was too quiet. It was some other rando, but... Oh, I think the lav mic in general does work better. It does have its drawbacks in the fact that I can't do distance work, but whatever. I'll eventually find a wireless mic that works, right? So... Actually, I'm pretty sure I know which one I'll get. It's just... see, well, yeah. Not having to buy all the supplies will help. There we go. I really like this fabric. I wish there was more available because it's just like, it's cheery without being overwhelming. That's the other question that comes up then is it's like, maybe what I'll start doing for some of the pockets is like use up some of the Japanese fabrics that are like, I'm going to destash these, but let's use them for pockets instead because why not, I guess. Just like, surprise, here's some polar bears in your bag. Random polar bears. I say random polar bears because I know that I pulled some of the polar bear stock or fabric out to destash. So it's staying in the destash box. But you know what? Let's do that instead. Although then I might end up with decision or analysis paralysis because I do tend to do that. Actually, one of the videos I watched while I was on the treadmill today was a woman who made like this long strip of scrap fabric. She said it took her 20 hours, which, hi, that is a lot of time. And she's like, if you have the number of scraps that I have, it'll be about the same. And I was like looking at her scraps and I'm like, oh, we probably have like 60 to 80 hours worth of work here. Anyway, I liked her method of it. There was a couple times where I was like, but I think I can take what I want and leave what I want. So I'm not too fussed about it in general. I say that like we're going to do it right away, but that will also be a fall project, even though I do want to do it now. Although actually I think it would be a good one to have done for like Christmas, because I'm thinking that a lot of it will end up being put towards coasters and stuff. Although that's going to be more of a quilt as you go. I think what I'll do is I'll focus it around like maybe a fussy cut kind of element and then just build it out like a crazy quilt from there because may as well. Actually, I wonder if there'd be any interest in that sort of thing for like a table runner or something like that. Or that would be like, no, that feels like it'd be too much. Also, very expensive. Just for the amount of time that would go into that piece individually. So never mind. But do some coasters. I really want to do some of the, actually I want to do cat coasters, and I basically have that pattern from a cat pouch that I really want to incorporate as well. There's just so much. And of course all those bags, like the waxed canvas bags like I was talking about. Oh yeah, is waxed canvas waterproof? Let's find out while that popped into my head. Is waxed canvas waterproof? Hey, it's one of the top questions. Waxed canvas is a waterproof material which will repel driving rain. However, it is not impermeable, and if immersed in water for long periods, it will become saturated. Okay, so like you can probably take it out in a rainstorm and it should be waterproof, but don't dunk it in the pool. That's how I read that one. Actually, also, I was just reading that Amazon wish list idea again, and that is a fantastic idea because, of course, friends are always asking what the toddlers want. And it's pretty easy right now. But yeah, if I had just had like a list. They've been really good recently. So part of the thing about delivery day last Thursday was we went and looked at the toy store, and I flat out told them, I'm like, we're not buying anything right now because it's almost your birthday time. But we're going to go look, and the stuff that you're super interested in, I'll like take photos of, and we'll send it to people for birthday stuff. But yeah, finding it on Amazon afterwards and making the wish list would be a really good idea. It would take some of that mental load off of me as well, because it would just be like right there. Yes, I would have to take the mental load of like maintaining that list, but that's fine. Ooh, placemats. Yeah, like with some of the larger like pieces, like we just cut off of the drawstrings and stuff like that. The one thing that I like, so why I'm kind of hemming and hawing about it, is the fact that I don't want to. Why I haven't done pieced work like that before is that I find that I overthink it too much. So for something, it would have to be something where it's just like, it is chaotic. And that's just how it would have to be approached, unfortunately, because otherwise I would never do it. But yeah, a placemat might be kind of fun. And like, I'm still going to probably, okay, I say that's going to be chaotic, but probably what I would do is I would split the scraps up at least into like light and dark scraps, probably. Would I? No. No, we're just, if I'm doing quilt stuff, I don't know why I backstitch there. I don't need to backstitch there. If I'm gonna do like pieced things, matting is not hard for the lists. Yeah, I think I would just end up like, it would just be pieced randomly. So we're gonna like, I'm gonna take one of these massive bins. I'm gonna throw all of the pieces of fabric in there. That's what I should have the eldest doing if they want to help, is having them open up all those little like ones that are from the offcuts from the box bags and stuff like that. But yeah, it would just be like, and then just reach into the bin, and whatever comes to hand, and that's what we do next. Anyway, I was seeing this woman do those fabric scraps, and I really like it. The other one I saw, though, was kind of a riff on the one that I'm already working on. And what they do is they take a piece of like opaque like fabric and lay it over top of the scraps, because of course there's a bunch of like loose scrap ends and stuff. They glue down the ends, which and that would work really well for those little cat ornaments, because then I could just glue down the ends, and then you like freehand embroidery over them, and that will like keep it down, so that you don't have a bunch of little ends, because obviously we don't want a bunch of little ends either. But that is a way to solve that one, I think. The idea, though, that came from was that she pieced a bunch of stuff and interfaced it. Awesome. And then threw a piece of like, I can't remember what she called it, but like it was like more fabric-y than tulle, and then quilted over top of that, and it looked really cool because it kind of like it muted all the colors, and it used up a lot of the small scraps. So I have a feeling there'll be yeah, we're doing a lot of scrap projects this winter. Mostly because otherwise I am 100% going to drown in scraps, and no one wants that. Particularly me. I don't want to drown in scraps. And I think I've probably worn my friend out with scraps for a while. I don't think she's producing amigurumi enough to have used up what I already gave her. I'll find out. And there's all these Japanese scraps to use, so, you know. Let's actually put them to use. Okay, I'm trying to parse out matting is not hard for the lists. What did I say that spawned that? And basically anything that I'm doing from these quilt things like patchwork would be that I would go in and I would, we're just making whole cloth and then I'm cutting out whatever I want from it later. So that's why the book sleeves work from it as well, because it won't be interfaced or anything. It'll just be pieced and then cut afterwards. Creating more scraps, but whatever. But a placemat would be fun because then I could even like make it reversible and then you just finish it with binding. It wouldn't need like, I would probably end up putting some, I don't know, maybe you could put a layer of flannel in between it or something like that, just for like a little bit of extra protection. I don't even know if it would need that. Just another layer of fabric. So yeah, you could do 2 like sets of, no, the patchwork is too much work to do 2 sides of it. So just do a plain backing and then bind it around the edge. Hell, I wouldn't even need to figure out how to bind it. I could just do it and turn it. And then top stitch around the edge. And I even have placemats upstairs that I could totally riff a pattern off of. Thanks, Andrea. I think there's going to be a lot of fun things over the winter, hopefully. As long as I can keep my motivation. That may or may not be the downfall of all of this. Not training for the Run Disney this year and having that like hanging over my head is probably going to help, actually. Because here's the thing, even if I train for it again, it's still going to be tough, but I won't have that like, can I do it or will I fail? Can I do it or will I fail? And it's never a guarantee that you're going to finish, but it's like, at least I've done it once, so there's some of that factor out of it. Yeah. And like the next run is 10K, the next race is 10K, and then the race after that is another half, but I shrug like that's nothing. Yeah, that is something, but it's not a challenge like it was. I still want to sign up for the 10 miler in September as well. I've never done a 10 miler, so that will be kind of fun. And the medal looks really cool, and they have brunch and everything like that too. So well, patchwork stuff has always been on the list, but it's just, dude, taking the time to like process scraps, as you've witnessed in the last few months, is just, it's daunting. It's not like it's not fun. It's just, there's a lot. So there's a lot of overwhelm. But getting the scraps out of the studio would also reduce the overwhelm that I have. So it's like, okay, it's like half a dozen of one and 6 of the other. So I just gotta get my butt going. Gotta get the butt going, and then I'll be able to do it. It'll be fine. It'll happen eventually. It's not like the fabric's going anywhere. Or the ideas. It's just, again, it is something that I can't even think about tackling until the fall right now. Although maybe we'll do some of the cat pouches before. We won't do cat, blah, 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 blah. It won't be patchwork cat pouches. But I want to add some of the cat pouches into the roundup before August, because I feel like that would be a lot of fun. And then yeah, like the stuff like the waxed canvas stuff and things will go into the fall plans. I need to start another little whiteboard of fall plans. I moved the whiteboard into the cutting studio because I'm like, that's where I'll be most motivated and use it the most. But honestly, I think I need it back in the sewing studio. But I think I need to put it like right here. Although that's where I was going to put the bins for the stuff. I need to move my like high school diploma and my degree up. And then I think maybe hang the bins under that, and then maybe I can put the whiteboard under that. The whiteboard just needs to move around so that it's like in the places where, or just get another whiteboard because they're not that expensive, just like a tiny one for right here or something. And yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're just going to throw them, like I said, we're gonna take one of these bins. We're gonna dump all of the square, well, technically they're rectangles, like all of these cuts. So we gotta go in and actually process these cuts so that they're opened up. Like that. They'll go in the bin together, just put it in, grab them, sew them. The one suggestion that the woman had today that was actually really good was try to match up all the stuff that's like similar sizes, and then continue to do that as you patchwork it together. I think that was a really good idea. And like I said, since we're just creating whole cloth, that also makes sense. So basically what I mean by whole cloth is we'll patchwork yardage is what we're going to do. And then I'll cut whatever I'm going to cut out of that yardage, not worrying about placements or colors or anything. It'll just be what people would typically refer to as crazy quilting. Now for like the coasters, I might do a little bit in like, you can crazy quilt by creating like a focal point, and I might do that because that might be a lot of fun. And I might not. And then the other thing I really want to do is I want to make fabric buttons. I really want to make fabric buttons. Actually, I want to make fabric magnets. And then basically you would cut out the, that would be fussy cutting though, so I don't know. I'll figure it out. But I think magnets from fabric would be really cute. But that requires new equipment, and I'm like, I need to tidy up before I add anything else down here. Also don't need new hobbies like that. It's like, alrighty. Alrighty, what are we gonna do? But yeah, no, we're gonna do the scrap bin. We're gonna do a scrap bin. And then when I feel like tackling it, we'll just go in and we'll just sew from the scrap bin. And it might be kind of fun just to do that occasionally anyway. Even like, the nice thing is I don't have to have a like plan for it. It can just be done. And then I put the yardage on the shelf and we figure out what we're going to do with it later. Sweet. What did you do with all of like your scraps and everything like that when you were working through it? Because like I've donated scraps, I've given scraps away. One of my friends does amigurumi, so she gets a lot of my scraps now because she uses them to stuff her stuff, which is awesome. But like I said, I'm pretty sure I've gone through as much as she needs for like the next couple of years. The interior stuff is the stuff that's like harder to figure out what to do with. But you know that it's exactly like, it's like you just look up one day and you're just like, there's a mountain of scraps. It's like, I knew they were building up, but when did that happen? Mount Everest of scraps. The joys. But it's also like the same with yarn. You end up with all those little yarn ends and like little balls of yarn and all this other stuff. And actually, I guess it's basically the same thing, isn't it, for our use up for that? It's like mitered square blankets and, or like Franken socks or stuffing for amigurumi as well. I don't know if you can hear that, but Dahlia is upstairs like crying, and I'm not. Oh, she's probably got pom-pom. That's probably what's up. Yes, that's a really good plan too. My original plan was that I was going to take a bunch of the like long strips and wrap them around like rope and make rope baskets and stuff like that. Which is still something I could do. But the issue then that I ran into was that you couldn't see the pattern, so it wasn't very fun. It was just kind of eh. So now I'm like, got a bunch of cotton clothesline rope if anyone needs it. Actually, what I should, that's still useful for stuff where it's like, probably where I should do that is leftovers from like kimono and obi and stuff like that that are a little bit more solid color, and just do it with those. That would look really good. Yeah, so that's what I started doing too. So I've got like different bins for different sizes, because a lot of my products are actually like the notions pouches and the needle stashers and the planner pouches and the canvas pouches that are on the website all right now are all scrap busting stuff. That is awesome. I actually am, my grandma had made a macrame owl, and I do not know what happened to it, and I wish I had it now. So it hung in her house. It was macrame. From what I remember, it was like that chunky 70s green acrylic yarn, and it had like the wood beads on it and everything. Oh yeah, no, we all go through like the phases, right? It just depends on what sticks around for the longest. The one thing I really want to go try eventually is there is a woman who comes and does the like marble dyeing for fabrics and leathers, and I think that would be really fun. Again, I do not need another hobby. That's the issue that I'm having. Yeah, exactly right. And it like sat on the tree branch with its little claws. And it's all making a comeback right now, because why wouldn't it? Okay, 1 second. Dahlia's still crying, so I'm going to call her to see if she'll come downstairs. I just don't want to yell into the mic. Okay, I don't know if she's going to come downstairs, but if nothing else, she's at least knows I'm down here. I don't know if that was like a searching meow or what. I think she likes to hunt the pom-poms that the kids have. And of course they've been dumped out, and so they're scattered to the 6 breezes. Okay, so my grandparents lucked into a house in a place that's called Lactazarks. Very 70s A-frame home. I don't know if that is something that was common in Australia as well, but it's like it looks like an A. That's why it's called an A-frame. Anyway, why I say lucked into is because I just saw it up for sale for like $2 million 2 years ago. Besides the point, the people had done a lot of work to it. So before they had done a lot of work to it, the kitchen was 70s orange. And then it had orange multicolor shag carpet. So it was like orange or burnt sienna, if you want to be fancy. Because it was a little bit darker than like, it wasn't like bright orange, like, not like fruit orange, darker than that. But it was also like marled, so it had like different bits of like darker color in it. They had you walked in and there was like a closet with that kind of separated you from the dining room. And then a So you walked in, and to the left there was like big, massive floral, like sized orange and green wallpaper. And then, the kitchen was like the chick chick. I hope that's universal, but that's what the magnets on it sounded like the old record cabinets. And that's what they had to close their doors. And they were that dark, opaque glass on top. And then at the bottom, it was like all 70s orange as well. Not fruit orange, but a little bit darker tone than that. I don't remember what the fridge was, but it was a very 70s home. I can't remember what kind of couches they had in there either. I'm pretty sure they had like floral print couches in there. It's actually really cool seeing that house again, because they did do a lot of work on it, and it looked absolutely spectacular for the work that they did on it, like the renovations and everything. Because it was kind of like, hi Dahlia, come on, bring your pom-pom down. Yeah, you. Because basically it was it was 2-story, but like half of it, hi, what's up? You're just being chatty, hey? It was like, whoa, swamp green shag. Well, that is a color decision. I love it. We have modern shag in our house, and I actually really like it. Besides being down in the basement with the sewing studio, because it catches every single thread. It is a nightmare to vacuum with a sewing studio. But upstairs, it's super comfy. Yeah, so it was like, this house was like, it was a full first floor, and then they had like a loft second floor that had like their primary bedroom, a washroom, and then a second bedroom, and then you would walk in, and the living room would be to the right, and to the left was like the dining room and the kitchen underneath. The dining room had the open to the top. So the house felt really airy. It was actually, that was one of the nice things. And then raking the shag. I never thought of that. That would actually help this one quite a bit. It always feels better after it's vacuumed, but raking it would help lift it even more. I'm surprised like with how well this one has held up, because honestly we did not have shag in our old house. And granted, I lived there like full time the whole time we were there, so there was a lot more wear pattern just simply because I was home all the time. But like this house, they had the shag in it. They had dogs. I could tell that because when we came to look, they had the dog bulls out, and they had 2 kids. And it's actually held up way better than the carpet that we had in the old house. So I think in 2 to 3 years, we'll probably go through and replace it all, just because it'll be about 15 at that point, and that's pushing it for any carpet at this point. But I think we might still go with this like more modern shag, because it's just worn so well. Okay, we are to the basting of the drawstrings, and because it's basting, I'm going to turn the stitch length up. Anyway, what was I going to say about my grandparents' place? Better fibers, hopefully. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what they would use for fibers now, because I'm pretty sure it's acrylic. I know you can get wool carpet, but I feel like with cats, that would be an absolute nightmare to like upkeep. And I still, I don't like having hard floors through the whole house. Even if you put a rug down in the bedroom and stuff like that, it's just not the same. I've seen it in a lot of like more modern homes, and I'm like, but it's so like, I totally agree with laminates and hardwoods or vinyl, whatever you have in your, like for the kitchen and stuff like that, or tile, but not in the living spaces upstairs for us. And even here, like with the way that they developed the basement, it makes sense to have carpet down here. It's also probably cheaper. but we'll be swapping to some sort of laminate or vinyl down here as well, just for ease of cleanup from the studio, and also because we are going to homeschool the kids, and so I want easy cleanup from their like art classes and stuff. Yeah, no, it was really cool to actually, so as much as I was like, I was not as sticker shocked as I probably should have been with that house, because when they sold it, it also sold for a very high value. And like this area is, or that area out there, because it's right on the mountains basically, or in the mountains already, is just super expensive. But the amount of work that they put in was really cool. So they basically moved the primary downstairs for the bedroom, and they like put a really nice bathroom in and all of this stuff. It was, should have just booked a viewing for it, like just being like flat out. We're not purchasing it, but I want to see it because it's my grandparents' old place. If it ever comes up again, that's totally what I'm going to do. Because the last time I would have been in there was about 2001, so it's been a while. Really? That's... Is there like, what's the reason behind that? I don't actually know why we have basements here, but like, I guess why not, sort of thing. It was actually one of the main things that we really loved about this new place, and was one of the things we were very much looking for when we bought a new place, was a walkout basement. So like basically it's just another half floor for us downstairs. And most places that I know of here have basements. Not all, but most of them. I think Japan doesn't have basements a lot either, but I think that's mostly because it's it might be water table actually there, but I think it's mostly earthquake. The amount of extra like infrastructure that you have to put in for earthquake safety is just not conducive to it. Although I wonder if it's also for us a little bit like, yeah, I wonder why. Fair enough. Okay, that makes sense. We're well above our water table, so the river's like down there. Not too worried about, well, overland flooding could still happen up here, but it's less likely. Just, you know, you can always come back when I'm like sewing in January and I have my toque on and I'm like, I am freezing down here. I regret not buying a space heater again. That is not a cat problem. It is coming to the point where it's like, yeah. At the same time though, I'm like, I don't really want to buy a space heater for the 1 or 2 weeks where it's like minus 40. But the basement does become extremely cold. What I should do, now that I think of it, oh, we are out of bobbin thread again, is I should bubble wrap my windows in the wintertime probably. That would actually help. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, yeah. That actually makes sense, I guess. Calgary is actually built on a floodplain as well, and it had extensive flooding in 2013. Like, so it flooded back in the 60s. It's kind of like a 100-year floodplain sort of thing. Of course, though, that's coming more and more often. But we were actually out in the mountains, and it'd been pouring rain, and we came back from the mountains along the back road, and I looked at one of the creeks, and I went, I have never seen that much water in that creek. Oh, that sounds amazing, though. The way our houses are built, we don't end up with a lot of like verandas. And actually the annoying thing about this house is we don't end up with, the only place where there's really any like through breeze is right upstairs. So I want to put a screen door on our front door so that we can at least open that one up and get like one breezeway through the main floor. because we've got west-facing windows now, so like in the afternoon we get all the afternoon light, which is absolutely spectacular, but very hot. Anyway, yeah, the floodplain. We had been out in the mountains. It had been raining. Thank goodness we were probably saved by the fact that a lot of what fell in the mountains was snow, so it didn't melt instantly. But like we drove back into Calgary and I looked at the river and I'm like, there is more water. Or in one of the creeks that like is usually dry, and I'm like, I've never seen that much in there. And then we went out for my birthday the next day, and between when we went in for my birthday and when we came out, the river had risen like 2 meters or something insane. And a friend who was living lower in the city actually ended up having to be evacuated for like nearly a week actually, because it just flooded the whole area. The downtown flooded. And then we have the giant rodeo, the Calgary Stampede in July, and this happened late June. So the slogan that year, because the grounds flooded, they got it running in, I think it was like 2 weeks or less. And so the slogan for that year was come hell or high water. I can't believe that's over 10 years ago already. And it actually, the other portion of it is it actually washed out the Trans-Canada Highway, which is like our big throughfare for the country as well, for like everything from Vancouver to like across basically. Yeah, that was an interesting summer. And I think it actually hit further south even harder. Mother Nature. Don't mess with her. She doesn't care. A big veranda. There is a house further out from us that has a big wraparound veranda. They're like right on a lake overlooking basically a ridge of mountains. Like I can see them from here, but there's like no hills in the way even for them, because they're looking over the lake, over these mountains. And they've got a wraparound, we typically call them porches here, but veranda too, pretty much interchangeably. And that would be, yeah. Won't tell you I won the lottery, but there will be signs. Well, I've always wanted a house with a turret. But I don't know. The walkout basement and a mountain view is a good trade-off, I think, for now. Having a roof over my head is a good trade-off. We'll take that. And a space to do my work. Right? It just seems so like whimsical. I don't know. Heck, at this point I would settle for like a bay window. But this house would not support a bay window anywhere, I don't think. Like there's no good space for it to kind of go. Get off of me. Yeah. Bees and strawberries. I forgot that the bees and strawberries are in here. There are so many strawberry fabrics, I just realized. That was probably extremely loud, and I do apologize for that. But there are so many strawberry fabrics. The bees and strawberries are from before, but now then we have the sweet fruits, bleh, and those strawberry vine ones as well. Ooh, that's what the kids and I should do, is some strawberry plants. was talking about how I wanted, so I figured out that I can do container sweet peas. I've got Cosmo seeds already. We're not ready to start them yet, but we will be. Next week, after Peace Fibre Festival, next week we will do them on Thursday. Ooh. That sounds very daunting. But also, like, when successful, extremely fulfilling. Civil mechanical surveying. Structural steel. Huh. So were you the one, like, drafting the engineers, like, plans? Or like, vetting the engineers' plans? Wow, congrats. I know my aunt went into engineering in the 80s. I think she graduated in 88. And it was still like... still not a typical career path for a woman. Actually, yeah. She got some amazing opportunities from it, though. Right now we're going through, and I am just, for everyone who's just joining or is watching this later, we're going through and, good Lord. We're basting together drawstring channels for the Kato bags. There we go. That's what we're doing. Oh my goodness. Apparently I'm talking too much. That's okay. Yeah, and we're just having a chat in the chat. Obviously, we can't talk face-to-face, but the chat just kind of helps shape the live stream creative monologue. Because otherwise, who knows what's going to come out of my mouth. If you're just joining us for the first time, I work with Japanese fabrics that I purchase in Tokyo and Kyoto, as I was an exchange student during university. And then when I started making project bags, I went, all right, who has the cutest cat fabrics? I bet you Japan has the cutest cat fabrics, and lo and behold, it came true. Okay, cool. Yeah. So you were the translator. I think if I ever do another career path that isn't online sales of some description, it'll be the one job that I had and held and I really enjoyed was information counselor for tourism, or like, yeah, Tourism BC. I really enjoyed that. I think if I ever do go back to school or do anything like that, it'll be for like tourism. It feels like try is the operative word there. Try to make it buildable sounds about right. No, that sounds like a really interesting career path because you probably saw a lot of very... Okay, that was Flynn. Okay. Like there was a great big thump upstairs. Anyway, it sounds like you probably ended up with quite a few that were maybe not buildable and quite a few that were. Ooh, that would not probably have been a fun conversation. Although I guess if you don't like, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's better to pitch some ideas than having them like not happen because you're worried about that too in some ways. I don't know. I guess it depends on how the architect also takes that as a how they respond to that would be the better indicator. Okay, I'm gonna wrap up on this round of drawstrings. I'm gonna finish my coffee and then we'll do the next round of pockets. Yeah, that feels like someone disconnected. Although that's why it's so important to have, like, you need all of it, right? It's one of the things why I'm really glad that STEAM is more of a thing now than STEM, because it's like you need the arts people, but you also need the science side of it as well, and it all relates. Ooh, that would be cool. A pet project of mine when I was doing my degree was actually I went and did, and I'd always loved it, was geology. But unfortunately during high school I didn't have good enough grades in physics and chemistry to do much of anything with it. So I was able to take just like some of the basic courses, and I always really liked that. Hi, what's up now? What were you eating that you weren't supposed to? He's like down here licking his chops. What? You are a pest. Mm-hmm. What am I supposed to do with you? You're probably upstairs licking butter, weren't you? No, that's fair. Most of my jobs have been customer service related, and like as much as I don't know, the absolute worst one was my time selling projection lamps. And not because the job was actually that bad, it was like online sales again. It taught me a lot for how to do some stuff here, or at least how not to lose my cool as much. It also pushed me to actually get into this more. It was the managers though. It was one of those jobs where I was planning to stay until like we had kids, because then I would be able to qualify for mat leave. But the managers came back in the office and that was it, unfortunately. Just absolutely ruined the work. But like I'm built really good relationships with my customers and stuff like that through that job. So I had very dedicated people. But thinking back on it, we think the manager might have actually, that really drove me out of the office, might have been on coke or something like that, because it was just like the mood fluctuations were out of this world. So when we moved out to Cochrane, the job was in Calgary. It was just like, all right, and we're done. I will do my best to move Nekozuki into full-time work. Oh yeah, he would go in and scream at our programmers, because they had in-house programmers for the website and everything like that. Awesome. And one of the last times he did that before I was done, he came in and he's like, well, but I won't do it to you. And I'm like, yeah, right. You're not going to do it to me. It was so bad that one time when he had to cancel an order for the office, for office supplies. They were transferred back to me, and they actually asked if I was okay. Which like probably wasn't at that point, but I was on my way out, so it was very toxic. One was a flake, one was on something. I don't know if it was drug induced or not, but something. And then there was one good manager, but he was never in the office, so. Right? Yeah, right. If you're going to yell at your programmer who keeps your frickin' website running, you're totally going to lose it with me. So. Dude. Hey. What is up with you today? Don't scratch in that box. Yeah, I know. I'm right here. What's up? Yeah, I know. Are you attention deprived right now? Probably. Yeah. You gonna settle in for a nap and like get cat hair all over everything? Okay, that's a good decision. He loves us, yeah. I feel kind of bad for him because we had a gray gentleman that passed very suddenly and very traumatically a couple of years ago. And he absolutely adored this other gray cat. And we still have the little black one as well, Dahlia. But they do not get along. And the gray guy and the black one were sold to us, or adopted to us as a bonded pair. There we go, not sold, but like that was the selling point, was they were bonded. And they were, I don't think they were. But, yeah. Oh yes, he 100% loves the fabric, of course, because it's nice and warm. And if you get cat hair on the bags, I'm very sorry. But we are always fighting a losing battle, because one is black and one is orange. And it's just like, so there's just cat hair everywhere. I will lint roll them when I see it, and I have a lint roller handy, which actually I do have one up there, so that's good with him now sitting here. Do they also get on your fabric? How many Shibas do you have? Just one or multiples? Right now I'm always like, I miss the dynamic of the 3 cats because I do think that it helped reduce my black cat's stress in some ways. I don't know. But she is now 11 and I'm like, and as soon as I start to think of like, oh, I want a 3rd cat, either the cats or the kids do something and I'm like, no, I've got enough critters in the house. Oh, and I don't think she would take well to getting another cat in the house. She has got opinions. Took her 7 years to warm up to my husband, so. And like, we adopted them together. So the story was that like, so I don't know if you actually heard her screaming upstairs earlier, but she'll scream at us. And when we went in, I'll back this up a little bit. We bought a house, and the deal was as soon as we moved into that house, I was getting cats because we had been told when we leased our final place that we were going to be able to get a cat. Fair enough. And then right when we went to sign the lease, she backed out of that agreement because she had just come from another of her rentals that where the cat had destroyed the carpet on the stairs. Sucked. But the place was too good to like pass up. Oh crap. I am treating these like drawstrings, and these are not drawstrings. They need they at least need, well, they're going to be sewn over. Okay, whatever. These ones are going to have very large top stitching. And then I'll swap it later. Anyway, so when we moved into our first house, that was the deal. A cat was the deal. But we went in and like, okay, if we find like a bonded pair or something like that, not a big deal. Walked by the first one, and she stood against the window and did exactly what I just said and screamed at us. We went to be like, oh, I like that. That's awesome. Yeah. So Dahlia screamed at us. We didn't realize that there's 2 cats in there. We went around. There's none others because it was like There was a gorgeous calico there, but they were like, well, she won't do well with children. And it's like, well, we're probably going to have kids. And kids and other cats. And it's like, we do want the opportunity to have another cat, and we're likely to have kids. But she stood up against the glass and she screamed at us. So we went to the adoption person and we're like, we would really like to see the little black cat at the front. And they went, she's out? And apparently it was usually the gray guy, and both my husband and I looked at each other and we're like, there's a gray cat in there too? Because the gray cat, was the far friendlier cat of the two, was like hiding under the chair in the back. That's how we ended up adopting 2 cats. Even though we discussed that we're only going to adopt 1. But that's what we went into in deciding to do, right? So, yeah, Remy was best cat, though. He, people talk about, the soul cat, and he was definitely my soul cat. Because, I love these cats now that we have. But, they are cats. Very stereotypical, very aloof. And, love him to bits. But Remy was, he loved to cuddle, and, was always a purr monster, and just, I miss him. He was going to be the one who would have really loved my eldest. But, they were going to have a special bond as well, because the other 2 they tolerate the toddlers. They're fine. Dahlia is she's standoffish. She might warm up to them if she sticks around for another 7 years, but I doubt it's going to happen. I know that sounds terrible, but it's a true story. Flynn tolerates them, but they're also toddler. They're grabby and not gentle, and yeah, I've definitely walked out to my youngest not treating this cat well, which they get absolute shit for. Because, no, not standing for that, obviously. They don't get shit for much, but they get shit for if they don't treat the cats well, and they get shit if they're climbing a cat tree, like my youngest did a couple weeks ago. Eldest came down and went, they're on the cat tree. And I'm like, what? Because there's only one cat tree upstairs, and it's very tall. Basically a floor-to-ceiling sort of one. And yeah, I went upstairs, and here's the youngest at the very top of the cat tree. I'm just like, oh my god. The youngest is also the child, however, that had stitches before they were 2, so. In part my fault, in part their fault. It was a bad situation all around. In part my fault because I put couch cushions between the couch and the coffee table. And I was like, hey, that will make a really cool tunnel. And instead they crawled between the couch and the coffee table. And as I was thinking, this is a bad idea, they of course crashed their face into the coffee table, sliced their lip open, the youngest, and had to go get stitches. Got the stitches in. I only needed 2 stitches, but they're like, yeah, it needs stitches. Screamed bloody murder because they didn't want to give them another poke of anesthetic, and I agreed because it would just be faster to just do the stitches in some ways, because you don't know when they can't tell you when the anesthesia is active. And then managed to pick out 1 stitch within 45 minutes, the one that would have been the most beneficial, and then picked out the 2nd stitch by the next morning. And yes, the cats will totally come around in 20 years. That had to have been fun as a parent. Oh my god. That's the thing. They pretend to be cats, and then they climb the cat trees. And there is a cat tree in our kitchen. We try to keep them off of it, but do you know how much of a losing battle that is? And it's like, okay, but the one upstairs is double the height and not stable comparatively. The one at least upstairs in the kitchen, it's got a way bigger base to actually keep it stable. It is amazing, though, what older siblings do to the younger siblings. And, yeah. That second sibling energy, though, holy. They are wild. I knew we'd have to buckle in for, like, the 2-year-old period for the second. But, my goodness. Has it been a buckle in. And then, of course, so ours are really close together. They're 11 months apart. Our eldest had a pretty easy twos. We could tell that the younger was going to have a rough 2, so it was like buckle in, as per the Stitches story. And then our eldest hit 3 really hard, and it's just like it's happening at the same time. It's like, oh, I did not think about that. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. That's one of the things that actually they're working on with the eldest at school, is like emotional regulation and speech. Because most of the things when they're, oh yeah, they're running years, that too. And the youngest wants to walk everywhere, but they are not, like, they don't have enough stamina to do it. And then they fight in the stroller when you go for a walk with them both in the stroller, of course. Because it's a side-by-side. But anyway, yeah, the school did the assessments for, like, the eldest and stuff like that. And they're like, well, they've got the speech delay and they've got an emotional regulation that we need to work on a little bit and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yep. But most of the problems they listed were because of the speech delay. And that's been resolving here throughout the year. It's so cool, though, to see the advance that has happened, even for both of them. Being around, like, other kids and stuff like that, and having those supports for all of us. So I'm really excited to see. I have a feeling there'll probably be like another year of speech therapy at least. But I'm really excited because the eldest's like next like check-in is actually coming up in a couple weeks. So that's going to be exciting to see what they think, like kind of what level they're at and stuff like that, and what could use more work. Ooh, a wagon. The only problem with the wagon that I always think about is that the pull behind and like the strain that would put on just like one joint, because at least the stroller has the full body behind it. Although I guess you can get a push wagon now. We do have like the inline that we took down to Disney and stuff because it's not as wide. It's a little bit easier to get through some of the crowds, but they've gotten too heavy for it. So if only one is in it, it's imbalanced. And then if both are in it, the stroller is so heavy and unwieldy that it's just like, okay. It's one of the things we need to put on Marketplace and get rid of because it's taking up room in the garage now. But yeah, wagon. Maybe. At least would be novel, so they would like not fight as much for a little bit. And we are approaching the point where our eldest can probably start biking, or at least biking for long enough that it's worth taking the bike with us. Which is exciting, because once they can start biking more, they can start coming out on the runs with my husband and I, which will be amazing. That'll be a lot of fun. Although they're very much interested in running, so that's going to be fun, because we're doing some kids races this summer. They've got their little running shoes and everything, and they're so pleased with it. It's like adorable. Okay, I gotta remember that I've got drawstrings set aside. Anyway, I got drawstring set aside, so I gotta sew those after these pockets are done. And then we're gonna go in and we're going to do at least the first line of stitching of the pockets into the bags along with the stitching of the things. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. Actually, do you know what? My brother and sister-in-law have a wagon. I bet you I could borrow it. And if there is only one kid in it, it would be easier to manage as well. Maybe we'll try that for this summer. Yeah, that's fair. So my husband and I both run, so I think it's like, we're going to try and see. If they don't like it, they don't like it. Well, okay, here's the thing. I don't like running. I just do it because how many things can you do as an adult where you can run and get bling and beer? At the end. I totally run for the bling and the beer. And Andrea, that's a really good point because, yeah, that's one of the things is maybe it's a little bit of the restriction. With the youngest, I have very much considered doing a leash because they want to walk and I want to encourage the walking. But it's like, it goes back also to that whole, don't outnumber my hands. And so it's like, yeah, in the last bag of secondhand clothing that I got off Marketplace, there's actually a leash backpack in there. And I'm like really considering using it, especially when I'm out by myself. Because then they could walk and I wouldn't have to like be right on them. Keep them off the like paths or off the road and stuff, because that was the thing the other day is we went for a walk and usually they're really good, but they followed a swale right out onto the road. I'm just like, Only problem with the leash backpack that I got was that it doesn't have a stop, so it just goes out. So I'm like, okay, so how would you, it needs like a lock, because most of the time I see it, it's like one of those, basically it's a retractable dog leash. From what I can tell. I don't know. That feels weird. This one's really cute. It's a little frog. And the leash is like a fly. So the leash that goes out is like the frog's tongue. My husband still looks at me like I'm nuts, but I'm like, it would keep them safer. And it would keep my mental health safer as well. Which means that it's better for all of us. All right. Come on, little paws. We're almost done the pockets, actually. So that's really good. It's 3 o'clock-ish. So we'll definitely get all the top stitching done and the drawstring channels basted. And I think we might actually get through the putting of the pockets into the bags as well as the sewing of the bases. So that's pretty good, actually, all things considered. Considering where I thought we were going to be by today, I am pleased. All right, now the basting together of these drawstrings, and then we can move on to the other stuff. Yeah, that's actually not the worst idea. Just make like a belt that attaches to them too. I actually they had a field trip on Friday to the library. And the youngest actually for their age does really good with listening to the teachers, which makes me very glad because that at least is like, okay. Like about the same listening skills as other peers of their age, which is really good to see. So, because they are a bit of a wild child. Feisty, I guess, might be the better description. But they've got like such a wicked sense of humor. And just like, they're such a sweetheart. Although there are some days where it's like, come on. But it's the same with any of them. But I do like that. Could actually make it as like backpack straps because they like wearing their backpack. So it could do a backpack strap style thing and then just have a leash attached to me. Criminy. I was like, wait, that sounds like the bobbin's running out. The bobbin has not run out yet, but we need to wind the other one before I run out. Ugh. So let's do this. I don't know why I repeated myself there, because the first before was fine, but all right. I think my brain mangled it more than my mouth did, to be honest, and that's why I was like, I gotta repeat that to be clear. Also, by the way, I keep looking outside because it's like, it got cloudy and it looks like it's going to snow, but it's also not. It's definitely snowing towards the west and the southwest. Like, what is going, I keep looking out because I'm like, what is going on out there? Because it's just like gotten gloomier. Mostly cloudy. Apparently it's plus 12. I don't trust that, but okay. Yeah, the wind is like 23. And gusts of 38 out of the northwest, so it's going to be cold, cold, cold. What does it said? It said that it was 20 or 12, but the actual temperature is 10. Well, that's not bad, but it's probably one of those bitter winds again too, just spring wind. But yeah, it's definitely snowing in the mountains. I can see a set like right through my window here, and that's what I'm seeing is like the drift of misty snow. Don't come into Cochrane. Don't come into Cochrane. Don't come into Cochrane. If it's gonna come in, it better damn well come in this rain now, and not freeze overnight. There we go. Because obviously the weather is going to listen to me. It can rain, but not freeze. And if it's coming in, it better be rain and not snow. I don't think we're supposed to get snow this week. I hope. Now I'm going to go back and look at I'm going to look at the forecast again, because now I'm like, wait, what is the forecast this week? No, it's just supposed to be cloudy or partly cloudy most of the week. Still pretty chilly though. Damn it. Although that is good to see, because that means that driving up to Dawson shouldn't be too bad. Oh, Edmonton is quite a bit warmer than us. Interesting. And it is also windy, but okay, no, the weather in there is looking really good too. Sweet. So I'll look through the rest of our Edmonton is not directly on our drive up to Dawson Creek, but it is like, it's not even in the same area. But at least if there's no like rain or snow predicted for up north like that, it should be pretty good. Which is one of the nice things about having this show in April versus like March, is that the roads should be fairly decent. Well, a week later last year we ended up with those massive wildfires, so yay. British Columbia is spectacular. So I used to actually, so I'm in Alberta now. I'm like one province east of BC. And if we weren't tethered to where we are right now, because of my husband's job, we would be in BC. No, I'm in Alberta. So yeah, so one province east. But I'm like right on the edge of BC. So let me finish this one. So Alberta does this straight line against Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan is a big block in the middle. Then you go over one west, and Alberta does this, and then it's got like a jut. I don't know why there's a jut there, but it does. Wait. No, BC juts into Alberta like this. Yeah, so I don't know why I still don't know why there's a jut there, but there is. And so basically I am an hour and a half east of the BC border right now via highways. But we're right on the edge of the Canadian Rockies. So if you're like, I'm just outside of Banff, Alberta. Ooh, Banff. Which is like, I know, one of the big destinations for the Rockies. But anyway, I used to live in BC, and it is a spectacular province. And if we could, A, afford to live there, and B, like, we're tied to Alberta because it's easy access for my husband's work, because he's a fly-in, fly-out job, and they fly him in and out of Calgary or Edmonton, and I do not want to live in Edmonton. So we live just outside Calgary, plus all his family's here. So like, if we moved to BC, I would not have any support for the kiddos. Yeah, I don't understand. It's not like there's a river there or anything like that. And the Rockies that are in Alberta, on the Alberta side, like, it doesn't follow the mountain line either, which doesn't make any sense. So, I don't know. But that jut is also then on our time zone. So we're on mountain time. Most of BC is on Pacific time, but this jut is on, and a lot of the very western edge of BC actually as well is on mountain time as well. I have no clue. I don't know how or why the borders are drawn that way. There was probably some sort of illogical logic, but who knows? Yeah, Edmonton is totally an oil town. Calgary technically is too. We just are, well, we used... I wanted to say it was a more diverse economy, but our current provincial government is... I did not vote for them, and I am also not pleased with their policies right now. It has not been as diversified as it used to be. There we go. Edmonton is the capital of the province, and then it's where all our political stuff happens. It's more centralized than Calgary. Calgary is very much an oil town. Edmonton is, and like Calgary hosts like the buildings for the, like the offices for a lot of the oil companies and stuff. And not that Edmonton doesn't, but Edmonton is a lot of like refineries and stuff like that. And then further north is Fort McMurray, which is like, it is the city where a lot of the workers, the oil patch workers, will live and commute into the camps. My husband, we live down here, and then he gets flown into his camp, which is like 2 hours even further north of Fort McMurray in the oil sands. Because it's not complicated at all. And yeah, Banff and Whistler makes sense for, if he's a skier, that they would work there. We still have a lot of, I don't know how the ski industry actually survived without our folks that came from like Aussie and New Zealand actually, for like, well, I guess we wouldn't have had as many tourists anyway, but I know a lot of people still come to work because obviously the ski seasons are opposite. So yeah, we have coal mines as well down south, but they are across the BC border. I don't know what they're trying to do right now. The current government is trying to pull some BS with opening up more coal mines, and it's just basically they want to, like, from what I understand, they want to flat cap mine the mountains, and like it would be one thing if it was going to also energize our area, but we are closing down our coal fire plants for good reason, and it's a mess right now. Obviously I'm in both camps, because my husband does work for an oil company, and I think you can work, I think you can have ethical oil within reason, and I think there's a lot of ways to do it clean. But yeah, it's just the way that some of these things are being approached are not the way to do it. I'm gonna stop there. Talking about the government, our provincial government, is not fun. And yeah. So we're gonna stop there. I don't think it's much better in some other places in Canada either, so. We're on to pockets, into the interiors. Let's focus on that instead of governments. Before I put my foot in my mouth. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to take our little webbings and D-rings that, these things, and then we're going to clip them to the drawstrings so that our packages kind of resemble what they're supposed to still. Because this is the next thing that's going to get lost, is what color of D-ring we matched up with everything. So how we're going to work this, I have not cut any of the pockets away, and we're going to start there. We're going to get a couple. Ooh, that has to be a tough one to like navigate, I guess would be the best description. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to focus in on the fabric here. Okay, so one of the sides of this fabric is actually a little bit shiny, so basically I don't really care if the shinier side is out, but I do need them to match. So that's what I just did there. And then because this is directional fabric, we'll make sure that the directionality of it means that all of these little cats are running the right way. So they will not be on the bag upside down. They will be on the bag right side up like this. And I just messed up and mixed up which side of that I was supposed to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in, and this is how we're going to make this work for these packages, basically. Because now the issue becomes that we want to make sure that the pockets do stay with the lining that we want to match to the fabric. I'm going to scoot. I'm actually going to use my magnetic seam thing because it's here and I don't have to eyeball it. Yeah, the webbing, yeah, so all the Kato get the D-rings, which was a suggestion actually from a friend when I first showed her the product. It's Caroline from Ancient Arts. And I went, that is an amazing idea, because then you can use it as a purse. And then when they get sewn in, they'll get, that's what holds the D-rings. I was using leather originally, but my machine fought me, and I was like, I do not need to destroy my machine to use leather, and so I went back to the webbing instead, because it sews in better, which means it's more secure as well for my customers. Okay, I just remembered I actually need a ruler for this, because unless I have one right here, I need to measure up from the wedge that we've cut in here so diligently. The royal we, me and those of you in the live stream. No, okay, I'll be right back. I gotta go grab the blah-de-blah. All right, so this is part of why I went through and I made sure that all of these were already cut, is now we don't have to sit down and cut them while we're at the sewing desk. And basically all I have to do is measure it up and then we're good to go. All right, one thing I think I will do, I did stand up and I went, oh crap, because the cat is actually sleeping on the box that is like, it's propped on the cart back here. I'm like, I gotta move the cart to get out though. I'm like, I hope I don't dump him. So far so good, but it's probably gonna happen next time I move it because I just saw it really shift. So, you know, whatever. Okay. This is pockets and pockets. Dun dun. Okay, I should have kept those two together, but whatever. Okay, we'll deal with it in a minute. And then that is the line for the bright blue ones that aren't going to be sewn in quite yet because we need the black thread for them. And I think this is the line for the bright blue is the strawberries. That looks right. And then I think there's one extra in the other denim strawberries because the Sakura here definitely do not get the bright blue. Okay, just so, because here's the thing, I got a chain piece onto the back there again. So the question now becomes, we're going to grab this, and that's where we're going to put our drawstrings and their webbing. So now everything can get contained in there. I am throwing that on the floor because I don't feel like, well, I don't have any space for it up here. So at least I haven't left any space for it, but that'll be better than having it on the desk because it's less likely to actually get lost down there than it is up here, even with the pile. Because the pile, and yes, that is a capital P, the pile, is not going to grow because we already done all our cutting. Magic. And these are underneath, aren't they? Yes. Okay, there. Okay, and then these are all confetti. Confetti, 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 confetti. And then it looks like there is one more. Oh, right, that light blue one, that's the marble, is for that fish that we added in because of some reason. I can't remember, but it was a swap with one of the other bags. I can't remember why. Okay, so there is all of that. Just so we can actually sew. I'm gonna take all of this up again. So this is probably one of the points where I could probably figure out a better system for this. But again, this is a learning curve for all of this right now. We'll figure it out eventually. Okay. So I'm going to take this and now we're going to line it up so that the bottom line is right there. Could I clip it? Yes. Are we going to? No, because I'd have to go get my clip bin. I do not feel like doing that. Get that out of the way so it's at least flat. We will clip in the D-rings. That's the next set of clips that we got to do. And then that is within the seam allowance. Okay, so we're going to shuffle this over just a tick because the selvage is the same as the seam allowance. So we're just going to make sure that it is going to be sewn over. Okay, there we go. And there we go. Sweet. Okay, now seam allowance, or the magnetic seam thing was in the way, so that is out of the way now. Do, 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 do. All right, and there will be a little bit of like stretch this direction, so actually that'll help with the, right, so sew the selvage in this direction with the push of the, basically push the little bit of stretch my direction so that the seam allowance for sure takes up the selvage. All right. And if you're like, Katie, you should cut off your selvages. Probably. But working the selvage in meant that I was actually able to use this more efficiently for a fabric instead of creating a bunch of wastage. So it was the trade. Now I just gotta make sure that the selvage gets sewn into the seam allowance. And it's a fairly generous seam allowance for what I typically work with. So we're just going to stick with that. So, as we sew. Okay. Now, that is at the point it needs to be. This one needs to scoot up just a little tiny bit, not much. Yes, there we go. All right, next. And next, whatever it is, let's just say it's carnival cats, even though actually it's not. We should be grabbing it from back here. It's corgis. The corgi butts get to go next. At least one of them. The light blue obviously will be later. Okay, so corgis. And then the corgi butts get to go with their webbing. And then this all gets to go down in that bin on the floor. What time are we? 3:17. Okay, so I need to head out at 4:30 because I need to get dinner prepped. We are having, the kids are having frozen pizza tonight. Because yes, they had pizza pops for breakfast because I failed with our bread supply. And yes, they're going to have pizza for dinner because I had already asked what they want for dinner and they said pizza. I went, and then, yeah. So if I don't have pizza, I will get a very couple disappointed little kids. And I'm not going to do that tonight. But I am not doing pizza pops like twice in one day either. I'm also going to go air fry some cauliflower so I assuage some of my mom guilt about feeding them 2 sets of pizza in a day. They'll love it. Okay, shiny side is up. Shuffle. Move this over. And then so the plan is tonight I'll get them to bed at hopefully a fairly decent hour, and then I'll come down and we will continue exactly what we're doing right now, whatever we need to do, which will probably be actually hopefully we'll be onto the dark stitched, like onto the blacktop stitching and stuff like that by that point, but we'll find out. We'll find out how much we get done in the next hour and a bit. These corgis are ridiculously adorable though. So little corgi butts, and then there's little loaves of bread and milk because it's milk bread. Adorable. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, that's the shinier side. Okay. Flip it, sew it. It's at this point where I start going, okay, once we're done this, we're 50%. But that always backfires in my face because I always forget steps. So it'll be oh, we're 50% of the way there. And it's no, you're only a third or quarter or whatever it is. So I'm not even going to say right now. I think by the point that I'm once we get the interiors and exteriors sewn, I think we're about halfway. Or maybe 2/3 of the way. So this right now would put us maybe 1/3 of the way once all of this is finished. Which, you know what, makes it seem more achievable for actually getting this stuff done for this weekend. So the steps that will not be, or the steps that'll be done on the drive, because Dallas will be driving, are I will not be putting the leather cord in until we're driving, because high. There's no point in doing a non-sewing activity when I could be sewing. Or branding the logos or gluing the logos on. I do want to glue the logos on before we leave because that allows them a little bit more cure time, which is just good overall. Shimmy, shimmy. Thank you. Okay. There we go. All right, the next one is gonna be, oh, it's the festival trucks. Sweet. I really like this print because it's nice and bright and happy. Super cheerful print. It's like basically a set of French market trucks with cats and dogs on it. There's little like border collies actually. I call it a border collie. It may not be a border collie. It's a black and white dog that looks like a border collie. Could be a Frenchie for all I know. I'm still going to call it a border collie. And then there's a bunch of little cats wandering around in the market too. It's very cute. And so that's why it's getting black with like the iridescent D-rings, is because it will pull all those colors out in the bag as well. Okay, so those are apart. We're going to do this, and then that's the shiny side. Okay, shiny side down. Shiny side up, because that's where it's going to get sewn. Again, a directional print, so all the stuff will run the correct direction. And then my sewing machine, for whatever reason, does not like sewing with the feed dogs against the interfacing, so they get sewn with the canvas towards the feed dogs. There we go. One and two. We can count to two today. That's good. I can count to two today. That's an improvement or a good thing. I think that's a perennial problem for any knitter or crocheter. Is today the day I can't count to two or four? Oh, with like turning them around so that the interfacing is up. Yeah, I learned that. It's like it'll sew it, but it is never happy with it when it's facing down. It's always like it feels like sewing through mud is the best description. It just feels so sticky. And it makes for not nice, like the stitches all get bunched up, even though they're technically at the same length still. I don't like it. It's weird. It also, like, for me, it's like, this will sound weird, but it's like a texture issue. Kind of, almost. Like, because I can feel the difference, and it's like, ugh, it just is not a pleasant sewing experience for me, in the least. Texture issue is not the right description of it, but I don't know how else to describe it. It's just not a fun experience. Yeah, and the canvas doesn't actually have interfacing on it, but for some reason, one side of it, it must be just how it's processed, has like a shine to it, and that's fine, but it needs to be matched for me. The first round of Kato that I sewed like 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, in the summer it'll be 2 summers. There we go. I did not pay attention to that, and I didn't realize that there's like shinier side and a matter side. more matte side. I don't know how you actually clarify that one. So a lot of the bags had to be, I had to rip the canvas off of the base because it was like, I can't, was anyone going to notice? Probably not, but I did, I would have. Like, as the maker, I would have noticed it myself. Obviously I did because I was like, what is this? So I had to rip a bunch of like canvas off the bottoms. And so now I'm like hyper vigilant that the shiny side goes in because I do prefer the look of the matte canvas. But realistically, as long as both sides match, I don't care. Kinda. I prefer the matte. But I'm also, okay, if two were as long as they both got sewn with the shiny side up and facing out, I would not rip it out. If one side got sewn with the shiny side up and one side with the matte side up, I would rip it out. There we go. That's what would happen. All right, like that. Okay, so we're gonna work with this one so that, oh yeah, the little crescent kitties here are right side up. You know what, I'm going to actually, give me 1 second. I'm going to scroll the camera in so that you can see this a little bit better now, because now I'm talking about like details in the fabric. Oh, hello. I think if I do, is that way too close? It's like, here, let me, okay, 1 second. I'm going to mess around with this in studio mode. Otherwise, I'm probably going to give someone some motion sickness. And that is not what I want. I want intermission. Hi, that's me. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, I've never actually heard it as mercerizing. I know what mercerized cotton is, but that makes more sense, to be honest. Okay, let me see if I can get this focused in a little bit better, and if not, then I will just move the actual, I think if I do back camera, there is like a little bit more. Nope, it lied. It's like back dual camera is the be all end all. Okay. What do I need to move this around so you're sitting behind my shoulder? I think I just got to unplug the surge bar, and then we can move this around. I want to make sure you've got a good view since I'm talking about, like I said, like specifics of what this actually is. There we go. Okay. And then we'll shuffle all the cords, because hi, that's what we love to do here. That is end sarcasm. We do not like moving all the cords. In fact, usually I try not to move the cameras around while I'm while I'm streaming. But you know what? Today's a special day. Not really. Today's just a day. All right. I don't think I need that right now. We do need that one because that's got the USB cord on it. I'm going to pop this, and then we're going to move everything back here. And then we can plug into the wall here. Alrighty. As long as the feet fit, we're good. We can sit over top of the thing. And now my mic cable is wrapped up in everything as well. Yay! Okay, there we go. We're very high tech around here. Okay. Yeah, I bet you're tired. It's like very early there still. Okay. Laptop plugged back in because that's important. Right there. And get all my cables sorted here. Yeah, mercerizing does make sense. So that does, like I said, I know about mercerizing. And like I said, I don't really care as long as it matches. It's not a big deal either way. It's just one of the details to pay attention to again. And really, it does depend on what kind of like look you're going for too with it. So, okay. There we go. And I think if I go up one more, we'll be good, and you can actually see what the fuck I'm talking about when I'm talking about like details on these fabrics. As long as I'm not too crooked. There, now the only thing that's missing is the actual overhead light, but I think we're good. Okay, let's do this. Nope. Search bar needs to come up a little tick because the phone cable is not long enough, and I do not need my phone dying again today. This is why I don't like moving the cameras during stream. Cat problems. Issues caused by me. There we go. Like I said, we're very high tech. And actually, I have a desk right behind me. Why did I not just plop it on there? Always check the direction of USBs before you try and plug them into a USB to avoid disappointment. It's one thing. I think that's probably the best thing about the change towards USB-C is the fact that the cable is not directional. It just plugs in, and it doesn't matter which direction you try to plug it in, and it just plugs in. Okay, there we go. I think we're actually good now. I think this might work. Yeah, I know, right? That's why I'm like, okay, let's try and get this to work. This is the direction that we'll do for tonight as well. For sure, I'll probably refine it a little bit. I usually don't do a lot behind my shoulders simply because I don't, I think the back triple might be best. Because I don't like having my shoulder in the shot constantly, because that's usually what happens when it's behind me like this. Back camera is closer. There we go. Okay. So I think you're going to be able to see that better now. Transition it over. It's definitely better than it was when it was up on top. And I can actually show it off better on camera now. Anyway, so what I was talking about here is we'll do one this direction, and we're going to do one this direction. So because the cats go both directions, so I really want to focus in on this little curly one and all these little black cats. And then these guys, so that all the little gray cats kind of, you get the other side that goes up. Because it is a directional print, but it's not like a insanely directional print. So that's where we're at. All right. Shiny side up. And matte side down. Then we'll get under the machine here and go. Okay, so that was that one, and then this is this one, and we'll do. Well, that one was very obvious which side was shiny. And actually it looks like the shoulder isn't too much in the shot right now, so I'm pleased. I did actually shove the sewing machine back over more into the corner. I'd moved it out to accommodate this new tripod, but I haven't had the opportunity to move the chair mat yet, so I shoved it back into the corner more, so I'm not like right on the edge of my chair mat anymore. That cat is totally gonna fall out of that box here at some point. All right, so we're gonna throw this down and get it lined up from the bottom here. Yeah, so like all of the corgi butts will be so that the tail is up when the bag is sitting on whatever it's sitting on, or on your wrist or whatever. Yeah, right, he's an orange cat. Like I said, I don't think he's definitely not had the brain cell recently. So it's just like, dude, I love you, but you are not a bright cat. And then wickedly smart at other times, so that must be when he's got the brain cell. Does the pattern call for pressing the pockets? Yes. Are we pressing the pockets? No. Patterns are guidelines. Yeah. Yeah, when it's like directional like that, then I make sure that's running up towards the top of the bag. The same as when I'm doing like large box bags and stuff like that. I want the directionality of the print to go so that when you zip up towards the handle, the print runs up towards the handle as well. I have to iron a lot of the time because of the top stitching. It does help make it look more professional. In this case, on the interiors, we're going to pretend it's fine. No, there's no bobbin thread. Damn it. We totally have to start a bobbin count for Knit City. It ran out way over there. Okay, well, we know it's coming. It's just still annoying. No, it would help if I also popped out the other bobbin. Why isn't it going in? Because you haven't removed the other bobbin yet. Lovely. Here we go. Pop it on there, and then we're going to go back in, and we will just backstitch over the section that we ended at. Lock everything in place, and continue on. Start winding this other one. Whatever. I enjoy having company because here, this is the thing. I love doing my job, but it also has its very lonely periods, to be honest. And the whole point of live streaming is to be able to, like, Instagram is awesome and like social media is awesome, but being able to have some sort of conversation with someone face to face in some ways is always far superior. So even if that's virtually, like I said, I know there's drawbacks to this technology, but it's still better than nothing sort of thing is what I go with. Oh, I just realized I could take myself out of studio mode and then it's way easier to see my preview. I'm really pleased with that bronze and navy with this like Shiba Inu print. Love it. All right, what are we doing? Pockets. Pockets are there. That's there. We can put this into the seam allowance amount. That's part of why I'd never used that before. I forgot about that because I have to move it back in and out with for this. Oh well. All right, and then this is the matte side. Plus then, if I have some guidance on my monologuing, it's no longer monologuing. And then it helps direct the stream of consciousness chatter. Because it's not like I'm following any sort of script or anything right now. It's just whatever pops into my head. I do think over the summer there might be some more of the just ASMR sit down and sew streams, depending on what we get up to over the summer. Probably not much. We don't do much over the summer because it's usually really busy because we are right on the edge of the mountains, and that is most people's prime travel time. So I need to find some of the quieter stuff to do again. Do you know what? This live stream just goes all over the place. If Andrea's still here, she can attest to that, because my goodness. And then there's the whole spiral I had the other day about, since I was like PMSing hard of, like trying to decide whether I should actually apply for the marathon or not. I think I'm leaning, I looked more at the pricing for it next year, and I'm like, I think I gotta hold off one more year. So I ran my first marathon in January, which was the Disney Challenge down in Florida. And the timing on it was 6:45. And I probably could have done it faster, but that's what I did. If I hadn't had to stop to pee, I probably could have done like a 6:15. That was actually what we were on track to do. And I think physically I could have maintained that, except for pee breaks. Kyoto has a marathon that has an absolutely spectacular medal. And so that's the next one that I'm kind of like aiming for. Like, big one that I'm aiming for, I guess. But their cutoff time is 6 hours. And I'm like... I can't get that fast, I don't think, in the next, like, what would it be? Like, it's in February, so it's like 10 months. I have cut down my time for, like, by a minute over the last year, which is awesome. A minute per mile. That's what I was discussing earlier, is that I've started more heart rate training I will over the summer, basically. I've got a half in a few weeks, or a month, I guess. Month and a bit. And, but I don't think I can hit I want a 5-hour marathon before I go to Kyoto. And I don't think I can hit it in 10 months. Just between, like, work, because it's gotten significantly busier, which is awesome. And also, like, kids being little cesspools of germs. Yeah, the bling. Yeah, I run for bling and I run for beer. So if you want to see one of the most, like, Kyoto it's a marathon, so it's 42.2. So, like, the last one I did would have been 6:45. So the current plan is I will make a final call after my next half marathon. If I have significantly improved, I'm going to look at it closer, because I do actually need to go for some restock on the charms and brooches. And Natsumi of Day Day House, who makes the charms and the brooches, I challenged her to make a new product, and she did an amazing job. So I want to, like, make sure I get some of those too. But there's a whole thing there about trying to get payment to her that it's far easier to do the transaction in person. But yeah, if you want to see a gorgeous medal, the 2024 Kyoto Marathon medal was just amazing. I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again. We were like mile 24 of 26.6 at Disney. And I looked at my husband and I went, I hate this. Like, actually, I was over the 24-mile part. So we were like less than 3 kilometers to the end at this point. And I looked at him and I went, I hate this. This is special occasion only. I hated the training. I hate running it right now. Blah, 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 blah. I made sure to fuel at that moment because I was like, oh, that's probably it. And then about 2 weeks later, I went, okay, when's the next one? I'm like, damn it. This is how they get you. Like I said, I don't like running. I just like the bling at the end and the beer. I like running 10Ks. I don't know about this half marathon and marathon stuff. Anyway, the thing, I don't think Kyoto is in the cards for next year. But eventually I do want to run Kyoto, Osaka, and Tokyo, all 3. And then Nagoya has Nagoya. Gotta get that better. Sorry. Nagoya has a women's marathon, and they actually give out Tiffany & Co. necklaces, which I think is absolutely a spectacular idea. It is completely bling, and it's way better than almost even a medal because you can actually wear it. Although I did see a joke of a woman who had just like done a marathon, and like for the full year she was like wearing her medal. Again, a joke reel. Like, can you get me that a year later? Because I just finished a marathon. Oh, it was funny. Yeah, I thought that was really cool. And it's not, so it's a women's marathon with a Tiffany & Co. necklace. And then the necklace is actually handed out by gentlemen in tuxedos at the end, which is like, it's just done so well. And I found out that the prize money there, if you actually win the marathon or like place first, is $150,000 US. I will never place first at a marathon, or at least it is highly unlikely. But I was like, well, that's a huge motivator. Whew. That's a lot of money for it's a lot of training. It was one of my arguments for having our kids so close together is I would only have one postpartum, recovery. I'm this was so brutal on my body that just recovering and getting myself back to basically the prenatal state that I was in before, which is not actually what's going to happen, but all of that, it's and then just do it again? No. So I'm just currently in that long recovery period instead, and it's, again, working out well so far. There's also a little bit of they're both pandemic babies, and so a little bit was well, we're not going anywhere anyway, and by the time things probably settle out, they'll be old enough that we can start traveling with them. A little bit young, but see, now that's also if you can make it work, awesome. I'm looking at it right now, personally, I wouldn't have wanted to go back to a newborn with how independent my toddler is. I think that would have been really rough for me. But I know a lot of people who it works for too, so. I am shocked that we did do that, because the original plan was to wait a couple years. 2 year, 3 year age gap. But no, it worked. And a lot of the argument, the nice thing too is they're basically the same size. So there's no well, your brother's too young or your sister's too young or whatever. Siblings too young to do the stuff or too short or whatever. And yeah. Although we are potty training the youngest right now, and I'm just losing my mind a little bit. I'm ugh. I remember it being tough with my eldest, but that second kid, the energy is just ugh. I think I need to talk to the school and find out, because they'll have dealt with it so much more than we have. And just get some tips and tricks, because I'm just I am at a loss for what to do. Oh, yeah, that was the other thing, is I was just exactly, for me, I was nope, do you know what? We're nearly out of the diaper stage as soon as we get this one potty trained, and I am so done with diapers. We did actually cloth for the first 2.5 years, which I did enjoy, but then as the potty training started, it just became, well, and I also just hit a point of I am done with the management of cleaning cloth diapers. I think overall they're still a really good decision for us, but Definitely less expensive, that's for sure. Well, less money out. The management of like the cleaning of them and the time of it, definitely more, obviously. But if someone asked me if I would recommend it, I would say yes. There we go. That's where I'm at with it. I think some people complicate it more than it needs to be as well. But yeah, the other thing is actually that I was very grateful for is that both our kids were formula fed. And so they were actually off formula by the time that the formula shortages happened. So I was like, oh, thank goodness, especially for our youngest, because they had a lot of tummy issues. And had to be on like, there was only one formula that they could actually keep down. And I know that once the shortages started happening, it was so hard to track it down. And it did start to be hard to track it down, like right towards the end of formula feeding. They were so happy to go on to food. It was amazing. I think they would have been anyway, but the fact that like they ended up not also having like issues with the formula was way better. Whew, okay. Wall cats. Wall cats. So my husband is the second youngest in his family, speaking of 14 years. And they had their first two girls, so his older sisters. And then they had him like 5 years after the eldest. And I can't, like, 4 kids would have been a lot. And I can't imagine going from like having a 7 and 5-year-old back to newborn. I'm just like, oh my goodness. Really? Why were they sending it to China? It's also, formula was so expensive. I wish breastfeeding had worked for us, but at the same time, I do not regret the decision to formula feed, but it was so expensive. I worked the system on Amazon so hard because you could like subscribe and save. And so if you do like obviously the certain amount of subscribe and save, you get a higher discount. So I totally worked the system and ended up being able to get a bunch off of it. And we went through it too. I think that's the side. Oh, wow. And holy crow, Andrea, that is... Well, I keep hearing people say that it's like, it seems like there's two ends of the spectrum. If they're really close, if a lot of kids that are really close together are really close siblings, but then I've heard the other end of the spectrum. So I hope that, like, you guys were good friends at least. I do know that at the beginning, or like in the early new adult stage, I think they were a little bit more animosity. Although it's gotten better recently, so that's nice. Formula is poison. Is that why we ended up with like such a big gap here? I know that like down in the States, well, and I think a big part of why it was also like a big deal here is that a couple of the manufacturers got dinged because they ended up with salmonella or something like that in it. Or maybe they were importing the Chinese stuff. I don't actually, because it didn't affect us directly at that point. I was just very glad that we weren't having to formula feed at that point. There was so much else going on that I didn't pay much attention to why it was happening, I guess. There we go. Although I do kind of miss the whole they are such cuddle bugs, and I think they always will be. So we still do like the contact, they contact sleep or co-sleep with us anyway. They do like a few hours before bed, and then they come into our bed and stuff like that. But I do miss that little bit of like the kind of sleepy wind down of the bottle and stuff like that. I think it's the hardest thing to know before you're a parent and like all of that, but that whole like bittersweetness of like, yes, you're doing the things and you're growing up and you're doing it so well. And then the whole, but I miss my babies. Still very much in the middle of that. And I don't know if that's ever something that will stop. I don't know if it should stop, to be honest. And I don't want to wish it away, but it's also like, please just potty train. I will not miss diapers. Actually, that would be a factor in if we were to go to Japan next year or not, is that I would want to have our youngest like at least day potty trained. Yeah, I guess your interests would have been like so widely spread apart that there would be that at least. Because yes, oh my goodness, the fights over the toys right now. Oh. And of course, because the youngest is 2 and the eldest is 3, the whole like just they understand the concept of sharing, but that they don't always understand that you don't always need to share, or you're not always going to share, or that like turn taking doesn't always work. Like they've got enough functioning like reasoning that they're just getting themselves into more trouble. Yeah, they really do need the contact. There are so many people who just, I'm like, why aren't you comforting your children? Please, 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 please. If you have the mental and physical capabilities to do it, do it. It's so important for us, too. Plus, the thing is with solo parenting, if I had not just been like, all right, we are co-sleeping, when we hit that 4-month sleep progression with my first, I wouldn't have slept. No way in high heaven. So, and actually with the second, they came to our bed. Well, they didn't end up. Oh my God, that's just such a blur. I think we started. Yeah, I didn't have them in the bed when they're itty bitty, but once they hit 2 months and up, we started co-sleeping. Which also, by the way, thank goodness, because I broke my ankle when my youngest was 4.5 months. And if we didn't co-sleep, again, I wouldn't have slept. Yeah, it's already going super fast. I don't think I need to enjoy the potty training part, though. Oh, I'm trying not to wish it away. But yeah. It's also like a little bit like, as frustrating as some of the things are, do I actually remember the details of what frustrated me? No, of course not. And I am a person who holds grudges typically, so that tells me something as well. And 26, so you have been through it. That is, congrats. They made it. You made it. No! The regression. Actually, one of the hardest things was with the eldest is that they really liked the bottle. They did not want to wean from the bottle. I know. So I wish I could do that. And I tried, but my youngest does not like being unclothed. Eldest? Well, actually, I don't have... Neither of them are very... Oh my goodness, knock on wood. Right now, neither of them are stripping, but I'm not going to put it past either of them either. But the youngest does not like being without pants at bare minimum. So I'm just going to have a lot of laundry to do for the next little bit, I guess. The thing about it too is the youngest has the concept, but they're just, and they have the communication skills, but they tell me after they've had an accident. And it's just like, oh, I don't know how to transition from that to them telling me before. Because if they could tell me before, we would be golden. Like, they're not stupid. They know. It's just the transition of that communication, I think. Ooh. Yeah, I could see that being an issue. Thankfully, not one we've had here. But they just like to come out with all sorts of different things to test us with, right? That's the thing. Okay. All right, so this is the fruit cats, and it's mostly directional for the fruit. So it's like a bunch of fruit on a gray background, and then there's little cats distributed between it. I like this one because it's so busy that you can't tell that there's cats in there until you really look. I didn't think it was directional, but I'm going to go with the cats going mostly this way for the fruit cats, because there are no fruit. Oh yeah, you turn it over and it does not look right, at least on this end. There's a few cats that go this way, but the majority of the cats now are upside down. So I'm going to do it so that the fruit cats are upright. And I know I did this correctly, but now we go. Eyesight can be questionable at best some days. Even with good eyes. Okay, so about another half hour. So I have time to go and get the oven warmed up and the pizza rolling for the kiddos. And the cauliflower, so that there is some veggie in there somewhere. Eldest really wanted cauliflower soup last night, but I realized I did not have my big pot clean, and I was like, damn it. So I'll have to get some more. Actually, no, we will not get more cauliflower this week, because I will not be cooking this week. Because I will be downstairs finishing all this. Bah. Good and good, and then we're gonna scoot like that. All right, I don't think we're gonna get. Oh, we might get through all the paw print ones, actually, now that I see it, because we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, sweet. I think we might actually get through all of those before I go upstairs, which means we'll be like not a third of the way through, because the confetti ones are like, there's a lot of confetti print pockets. There we go. Yeah, there's a lot. But we will be one of 3 fabrics done. There we go. Maybe. We'll see what we can do. All I can do is do my best. Wee. Okay, corgi butts next. So this is the corgi butts now with the light blue background. Super adorable as well. And then they're getting the navy webbing with the gold D-rings. I like this one. It's totally a corgi, but it definitely looks like a bread loaf. They need to do, I haven't seen it, but they need to do a cat loaf one. There's a fabric that one of the shops in Kyoto posted yesterday, and my goodness, I don't know if it is actually, like, it was tough looking at those posts when I knew I couldn't go, but I think it might actually be harder now. Okay, where did that go? Is this the one that was... Oh, this was the one that was missing the... I thought I found the canvas for this one. Yeah, I think I like the green one more, but this was like in the fat quarter bundles that were available, not as a yardage, so I took what I could get basically, which was aqua. I think there's a pink and the light blue. Okay, I think I still needed the... It looks like I still needed the canvas for this. Alrighty. Next. Because I'm not going to go look for it right now. Okay, right, and this all has to be flat or else it's not going to stick together. Well, we'll definitely get 3 more done before I go upstairs. The heck, though. I thought that I'd found the canvas for that one. Alrighty. Well, Shiba's then instead. Because, yeah, the rest of these are attached. Dun, dun, dun. So this is like... I keep calling this, it's like a dusty olive or a sage, I think would be a good description. Probably more a dusty olive. And then it's getting paired with that navy with the bronze D-rings because of the more vintage kind of feel of the fabric. So a little bit of a reflection of that with the, it makes it sound terrible, but basically the duller, toned down hardware. There we go. 1 and 1, both of these. And of course now the sunshine is coming out. Yeah, that snow is totally skirting around us. Thank goodness. I am very glad for that. Yeah, okay, khaki might be a good one too. It's like, it's a very dynamic color because it looks different in a lot of different lights. Khaki would probably be a better description for folks as well. Okay. Now the question becomes, which truck goes upright? This way? Oh, I see, never mind. Most of these are both multi-directional, so we're just going to go like that. Decision made. I don't know. And this is the shiny side, and nope. Oh my goodness. I already figured out which ones these were, but... Okay. Matte side is up. Matte side is up. Matte side is up. Matte side is up. That side is up. Okay. So matte side goes down. No, it's actually a good description. I spent the longest time calling what should have been called Dusty Aqua, Sad Aqua, Muted Aqua. And then I looked at it this year and I'm like, that's just Dusty Aqua, Katie. Stop sounding so emo. So, it is now known as Dusty Aqua. Like Dusty Pink, Dusty Blue, all those colors. Sad Aqua. But it was a good description of it at the time because I couldn't think of what to actually call it. And it's like coming up with all these different names for tones to communicate it online is just like, we'll make our best stab. That's what you get. Yes, Sad Aqua. It was ridiculous. But I also didn't know what else to call it. I don't have anything. I don't have it handy right now. I still have some of the fabric left, so. But yeah. Right? I'm still laughing over it. I remember having that brainwave of like, why am I calling it Sad Aqua? Why am I not calling it Dusty Aqua? That makes way more sense. And why? Because it's like it was muted and saddened down because it's a cotton linen blend. And because it's, from what I can tell, it's an unbleached cotton linen blend, so of course it's going to take on the tone of the cotton linen blend. So Dusty makes way more sense. It's logical, but Sad Aqua was the one that came to mind. And it's not even like, yeah, you know the color. And it's like, because I would call this Dusty Rose. It's not like I don't know the dusty colors, Dusty Blue. And it's like, that makes sense. Dusty Aqua. No. Sad Aqua. And then what just popped into my head is like the band Aqua being sad for some reason. And I can't even blame the kids for that one, because I named that well before I was even pregnant. Right? It does totally have Sad Aqua. Oh, okay, we're down to the Shibas and we're down to the dumpling cats. So even if I have a little bit more time after this, I will call it at dumpling cats and head out for the evening. And then I will be back on tonight once the kiddos are in bed to tackle the next set. Actually, yeah, once we get there, I'll be able to tackle the marble and probably, honestly, looking at it, a good chunk of the blah-de-blahs, the confetti as well. Because realistically, this has been 5.5 hours, and we had to do a lot of we still had 20 of those drawstrings and everything like that, so, or the other work to do, so not bad. I actually saw Aqua in concert a few years ago. I don't know if I would see them in concert again. I don't know if it was the crowd or what, but it was like, just kind of So, I don't know. It wasn't bad. It was worth the price of admission, not worth buying another admission. Let's put it that way. And like, the better one was actually the opener, who was Prozac, who I barely know, because like I knew of Aqua because it was hard to avoid them, to be honest, at my age. And YTV, which was the youth television, always had like the music video playing when it was really big. I miss those days. I miss music videos. But we were much more of a soft rock and country house than a pop house, I guess would be the best description. Or at least like contemporary pop. So I probably listened to like Aqua a lot more as an adult than I ever did as like a preteen or teen. Yeah, so Dallas was telling me about Prozac, and it's like they were totally big. But the thing is yeah, that's just not what we listen to. And I am a proponent for homeschooling socializes you just as best if you do it well. But the way my mom homeschooled us was pretty isolating. So the most like that I would have seen it would have been the YTV like countdowns or whatever they used to do. Who was one of the best concerts I've seen recently though? I know it's country, but like it was Garth Brooks. If we ever get a chance to like see him again, we lucked into tickets. My sister-in-law had a coworker who accidentally bought like 2 sets, so they're trying to sell them off. And so she's like, "Do you want to go?" And I'm like, "Hell yes, of course." And yeah, if you ever get a chance to go see Garth Brooks, he was really good. As long as you like recognize his songs, obviously, and stuff like that, that's going to help. But he was also like, the entertainment value of his concert was insane. And then the other one that I've enjoyed recently was Apocalyptica, which is, they're basically a death metal cello band. So they do a lot of covers of Metallica and stuff like that, and they're really good. The only problem is that they're really good on album, and then you go see them in live and it just ruins listening to them recorded all the time. I didn't actually know that, so I think that might have been part of it too. It's like Prozac strikes me even now as kind of like the alt pop, I guess, might be the best description, right? Whereas Aqua is very much, I guess Aqua was kind of alt pop too in some ways. I don't know. But yeah, they were better than Aqua, I would argue, which is hilarious. So, and then there was someone else there, Wakefield? I can't remember what she sang either, but it was like, I heard it there, and then I didn't stop hearing it for like weeks. It'd pop up everywhere. Probably because they were on tour. But she was very much of the same like kind of era as well. Because I think, well, the tour was basically like, I think MTV presents like essentially the nostalgia tour, right? So last one for now. Sweet, the dumpling cats. So yeah, same rundown. I'll be here, same bat place. Hopefully not the same bat time. I'll try and be on a little bit earlier tonight, but that is obviously cat dependent. It is cat dependent, but also child dependent. Yeah, and actually this gives me an opportunity to maybe wrap up on the taxes so I don't have to like stress about entering them tonight when the kids are home, and we can go for a walk instead. Because that is one thing we really do need to get back in our routine for the summer. Now that it is improving weather-wise. Okay, that's not going to work. It's going to scoot down. And yeah, they're always easier to get to bed after school day anyway, so. Actually, no, I probably won't do taxes. I gotta go dishes. It's like, that is the problem with these show prep pushes, is like, especially when Dallas isn't home, is everything else falls by the wayside. So, chores, then taxes. Okay. Actually, how much? Ugh, okay. Shimmy, shimmy, shake. No, we're good. Okay, it's gotta stay there. Then we're gonna... I didn't know that, actually. That's cool. I do know that they had the giant masks and everything there. I don't know how well they are known outside Canada either. Like, it was kind of like, it was cool, but really odd pairing in some ways. Like, they suited each other 100%, and they definitely were like, I remember them, or if you hear them together, it makes sense, I guess. There we go. But that would also make sense that they'd be extremely Canadian. All right. One more pocket, one more pocket. And then I'll show you the pile that is left, because actually it's not too bad. Well, no, it's all drapey and not all in one spot, so maybe I won't show you because it'll be a pain in the butt. But yeah, I'm not keeping track of the numbers. I don't even know. We're probably, well, I know that we haven't done 20 yet because we haven't hit those bunnies that were part of the next, like the 22. We're probably pushing about 15, which, hey, not bad, all things given. That's a third-ish of what we need to get sewn together, so. I do think cutting the wedges in the cutting studio was the best decision to make, because like not having to cut them right now is such a relief, and this is normally the time in which I would have to cut them previously, so that is something that we'll keep in this process. Whew, there we go. Okay. I will thank you so much, everyone, for joining and the chat. I always, like I said, it's nice to be able to have a somewhat of a conversation through this whole thing. I will be back on hopefully around 8:30 p.m. Mountain time. Right now it's about 4:30, just before 4:20. Yeah, and if not, I will chat with y'all soon. I will be on, and of course this is always recorded, so you can always watch it later. I think we're going to start the bobbin count just to be funny tonight, because I have a space for it on the stream, so let's see what we can do.